Hey, what's going on, chat? Um, having a good one. What's up, Apocalypse? What's up, Lock? What's up, Scavenger? What's up, Jep? What's up, J Car? What's up, LPZ? What's up, Fax? What's up, PZA? What's up, Shadow? What's up, Cram Jam? What's up, T? What's up, Brim? I gotta do something real fast. We'll get into it. We're gonna finish the Bochum Regionals VOD review today. We're gonna start with that. That's the plan to start with. And then from there, I don't know. We'll figure it out from there. I kind of want to hit up the Gudra list that Alessandro played with the Poke Gears and stuff. I liked that build. Was it the build that Alessandro played? I'm pretty sure it was. What was the list that got second, though? That list was still a quick ball list with Luminian. But yeah, I want to try the Poke Gear list, to be honest. That list looked cool. You appreciate 23 months there, Hollywood. Yeah, maybe Gudra's kind of broken. Asian V-Star deck from Australia? That was super underwhelming, to be honest. That was super underwhelming. Yeah, that was super underwhelming. I was like, oh shoot, a Zacian V-Star, and it's just a 1/1 Zacian V-Star in a Lost Zone deck. So I don't even know, like, it's just like not even that cool, to be honest. It's just not it's just not cool at all. Yeah, that was kind of disappointing. I don't know what else to say. That was disappointing for sure. I expected like so much more, but then it was just like, okay, whatever. Where I transfer my account? One of my accounts. Not both of them though. I started a second account after I transferred my first account because PTCG Live was so bad. And for those of you who don't know, I got a new partner, new sponsor with Quality Patch. Check them out over at qualitypatchdesigns.com. They just do a bunch of different like Pokemon merch stuff. I've had a couple of their shirts for a little while. And started working with them. So check them out. Use code AzulGG for 10% off. Everything is pretty reasonably priced. For the quality of the product, so check them out for sure. They also have this really cool thing where you can turn like a card into a custom shirt as well, which you've maybe seen me wearing one of those shirts on stream from time to time, the Rattata or the Rattata Gengar shirt. Lorelai had those made and given to me a while ago. All right, let's get into this game. Is that where I finally play Pokemon shirts? No. All right. What round are we going into? Round 12? Yeah, they need to fix this round thing down here. What this? Oh, they got to get on that. All right, so this one is that can't be right. Okay, there we go. Flannery. That's what I'm saying. So we got I have no idea how to pronounce Milos versus Carl Peters. We got water box type deck from Carl, with the main emphasis being on the Articuno, of course. And then it has like an SQ in here for the Lost Box matchup. And you have Crabominable for like Arceus, Duraludon, or Gudra, I guess. And then Milos with the Vikavolt Lugia build. Which, to be honest, I can actually see the Vikavolt doing actually quite a bit of work in this matchup, to be honest. Being a Inteleon based deck, you have like a lot of items you're trying to play pretty aggressively, like set up your Drizzles and stuff. I can actually see the Vikavolt actually being pretty good in this matchup. I'm curious to see how it ends up playing out, to be honest, because there is no switch card in this list either. So if the Articuno start paralyzing stuff, then that's it. Like the paralysis happens, and then you just kind of have to sit there and deal with it. There's a couple of different ways to like kind of play around that though a little bit. You can like attack with Luminion and then send up stuff like Pumpkaboo or Manaphy or Dunsparce, or you can attack with Lugia V and then evolve it to the V-Star on the next turn after it gets paralyzed to get out of the paralysis. So there's a couple of different like little things you can do in the game as well to kind of get yourself out of that paralysis. But overall, I would say I probably give the advantage to Carl, unless the Vikavolt really makes that big of a... I'm just gonna call it Vikavolt, bro. I'm trying to like say Vikavolt or Vikavolt ever since I learned that's the correct way to say it, but we're just saying Vikavolt. Okay, so only one Luminion in this list as well, and the Luminion is prize. So take a look at the prize cards real fast. So that's kind of, I don't have like too much to talk about as far as the matchup goes. Stoutland early is pretty good for the Lugia player as well. Just start drawing a lot of cards, but yeah. I don't have too much else to say about the matchup because I just don't know how good the Vikavolt is in the matchup. And then, but overall, if the Articunos start attacking, I would give Carl the advantage for sure. So we'll see how much the Vikavolt actually does here. Carl also, I believe, played I don't know if Carl played this at OCIC or played a Palkia build. It looks like Milo. We'll say Milo. I'm just gonna call him Milo. Is going first. Starts with the capture energy. I would like to see them go ahead and get... So the Luminion is prized. I think I would like to see Milo go and get another Lugia, or actually just nothing, to be honest. Yeah, I would like to see Milo get Lugia or just literally nothing here, to be honest. And I did skip a little bit ahead here, and they do grab Manaphy, which I find interesting. It is a Pokemon you can retreat to that the Articuno can't trap in the active, but it doesn't really matter to have the Manaphy on your bench, so the Articuno can't trap it if you don't have Luminion to attack with to go into the Manaphy. So maybe Milo doesn't check Luminion here. Also, it's possible that Milo has no idea what they're actually up against here, but if Milo assumes this is like Palkia Articuno as well, then... Yeah, even if Milo assumes it's like Palkia Articuno, then like I don't see the reason that Milo would ever grab. What is? I just don't know what Manaphy does, to be honest. For them, I just like, what is the point? I just don't get the point of Manaphy. So Carl's got a pretty decent start. It looks like Manaphy into the Keep Calling. The Keep Calling, of course, is going to be pretty good here because it gets a Sobble. So there's a Sobble prize, so that's going to hurt Carl. And does get the Manaphy down is pretty important, actually. I forgot about Raikou in this matchup for Milo, but the Raikou is a pretty good attacker in this matchup. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see Milo. And I'm sure Carl has no clue that Milo plays Vikavolt. So, Vikavolt. Benches the Raikou. Okay. So wants that as an option. And there's the research. Getting rid of one Archeops and a lot of energy. Wait. It does play 2 Speed Lightning, so it can still use the Raikou. That's actually an interesting play there from Milo, because you can't use Vikavolt and Raikou anymore, but I'm sure you want to start with Vikavolt here as Milo. So that's like an interesting choice to not attach... Actually, to bench the Raikou, to be honest. I don't hate the no attaching of energy, because you still might want to attach an Aurora to a Lugia or a Vikavolt to then discard a Chops, or attach a Speed to draw cards. But now if you attack with... if you attack with Vikavolt here, you literally can't attack with Raikou anymore. So that's an interesting choice from Milo to actually play it like that. Because I'm sure you want to go with the Vikavolt here. And has the Quick Ball, and the Chops in the discard pile, and the Lugia V-Star. So I can get out double Chops plus attack with Vikavolt here. Yeah, and there's the Vikavolt grab. So the Raikou bench here is just really bad here for Milo, actually. Because I'm pretty sure Milo discarded double Aurora there. Yeah, the Raikou bench is just really bad. Especially with Manaphy in play, like... I don't know. Are you gonna be able to like KO the Manaphy and then yeah, it doesn't seem likely. So I think it's actually a pretty bad bench there from Milo. Gets just the heat energy, so I assume that means that they have a Speed Lightning in hand or an Aurora. One or the other doesn't really matter. And I'm sure the Vikavolt is a pretty big surprise for Carl, and Carl's probably like, shoot, I wish I played my I wish I played my level ball last turn. There's the retreat, and here comes the Vikavolt, knock out the Sobble. And actually, that might be how Carl loses this game, is just draw passing. Oh, that was a top deck of a supporter, though. I just can't tell which one it is because they're freaking rainbow. It is an Irida. I think Carl could have made the call here as well, though, that maybe not. Oh, no, wait. Is it still possible for Milo to attack with? Oh, no. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, no. Wait, there's 2 in the discard pile. 3-3. Oh, no, wait. It is still possible for Milo to attack with Raikou. Actually, I did that. There's 2 Speed Lightning in this list. So 2 in the discard pile. 1 on the Vikavolt is 3. 3 more on the Raikou. Okay, I did the math wrong in my head. For some reason, I thought they were out. I knew there were 6, though. I don't know. That's weird. Starts to build up the SQ from Carl, but this is looking really, really bad. I mean, the SQ matches up well into the Vikavolt, but that's about it. Boss here from Milo on the Drizzile would be pretty good. Boss here on the Manaphy would be good. Knock out the Active is also good. Marnie, I'm not a huge fan of the Marnie. When Carl's turn was so slow. Actually, what did Carl get off the Drizzile? I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest. It was a Raihan. Okay, actually, I think I dig the Marnie then. Yeah, actually, I dig the Marnie. I take it back. Because you went Irida for Drizzile for Raihan. Yeah, okay. And then the Drizzile got the Raihan. Makes sense, actually. I like the Marnie. I dig the Marnie. Raihan in the hand. Get rid of that. Yeah, because then if the SQ can't come online, then you get to use Vikavolt that much longer. And just, like, keep Carl item locked. Like, get that much further ahead in the prize exchange through the item lock. And I think Carl's hand is just literally just all items here. And a Drapion, of course. There we go. There's a knockout. There's a send up with the SQ. And there's 20 damage. Let's go. So Boss on Drizzile would be pretty good here for Milo. Boss on Manaphy would be pretty good. Yeah, I honestly think like hitting the active is like the worst play to do here, honestly, from Milo. Like yeah, hitting the active is just pretty mid. Like if you have Boss here, you just want a Boss, I think, for sure. Boss Manaphy probably is the play, to be honest. Get the Raikou into a position where it can actually attack. It's just going to be the 50, though. Not ideal, but... And there's just a poke back from 20 from Carl. And 50 back. And draw 20 back. All right. And 50 back. All right. The Ice Cube goes down. A Drizzile to the active. Okay, we're going to see a concede from Carl. Now Carl knows about the Vikavolt, though. That game was basically decided by the Vikavolt. Carl could have had a little bit better of a setup as well. Could have had a little bit better of a setup as well. But... didn't know about, I'm sure did not know about the Vikavolt. So going into this next game, ooh, double Sobble prize, but the Vikavolt is prize as well. Okay, so double Sobble prize sucks, but doesn't have to actually go up against the Vikavolt, which will be nice, I guess. I'm curious. I'm sure Carl will choose to go first here. I don't imagine you ever go second. And has the immediate turn 1 heavy ball, so that's good as well. And open the Articuno. So could I just have a turn 2 Articuno attacking from Carl? Of course, attacking into a Lugia V is not what you want to be attacking, so hopefully you can attack something else. Has a wash. Goes with the wash on the Articuno, which is interesting. Has the Snom as well. Does play a 1/1 Frostmoth. Plays the Evolution Incense, which I'm not a huge fan of playing the Evolution Incense right now because you're not going to get turn 1 Vikavolt item locked, so you don't need to play. I think almost like Carl's like playing in fear of it happening, even though it can't happen. But the setup is not great here for Carl, to be honest. Hopefully it improves. Why are we watching a passive event over and over? We're not watching it over and over. We're watching it once, all the way through. I should enjoy like commentating / VOD viewing gameplay because I go to most events. I can't really watch them live. I almost never get a chance to watch any events live, so instead I have to go back and rewatch. All right, powerful Lugia, and then draw 3 with Read the Wind. This gives Carl 0 boss options, gust options. I don't even think Carl probably shouldn't even punch this Lugia here, to be honest. Carl should just wait. Yeah, so Carl should just like get another Articuno down with an energy, establish another Sobble, just kind of start to set up the board a little bit. Yeah, so here we go. Drizzile for Irida, another Articuno down, and we want to see a Sobble. We need to see a Sobble get set up as well. Or it's possible Milo could like Gust KO Drizzile, which would be pretty bad. Which is what I would do. We'll see how this goes though. Oh, actually attach is active. I don't like that at all. It does get the basic water in the discard pile though for Raihan, but I think Carl probably should have attached the basic water to the active initially and then attached, yeah, putting both energy on the active here I think is actually really bad here from Carl. There's a quick ball. So what Milo could actually try and do here is attack with Luminion and Luminion KO the Drizzile. I think that's actually the optimal play here from Milo. Is Luminion... Oh, no, wait. Okay, this is actually way better. I didn't even realize there wasn't a Manaphy on Carl's bench. This is actually really bad for Carl. There's no Manaphy. So the Raiku's just coming in here, gonna KO the Articuno, and gonna KO the Drizzile to take away any hopes of Inteleon being set up next turn. Yeah, I just assumed there was like a Manaphy on Carl's bench. There's no Manaphy. I feel there was no way for Carl to get a Manaphy. Carl's hand must just suck, to be honest. Carl's hand must just suck. That sucks. It sucks to have your hand suck. Speed for 2. So, yeah, Carl's going to be in a bad spot here. Yeah, I would assume that Drizzile plus Articuno are going down here. I guess you could KO double Articuno, but you probably... Yeah, you probably should remove the Drizzile here every time. Yeah, just get aggressive. Just get aggressive. Draw 2 prize cards. Put the pressure on. Yeah, I just like kind of like... Ooh, well, the Marnie's interesting there from... Milo, because you know Carl did not have like a whole ton going on and had an Evolution Incense in hand off the Irida to go to the Inteleon. So I don't know if I agree with the Marnie there from Milo, to be honest, because I think Carl kind of telegraphed their play next turn, which was evolve to Inteleon. So I don't know if I agree with the Marnie there from Milo. There's the Manaphy a little bit late, and I see a level ball for a Sobble, but I don't think there's much else. I think Carl maybe should have, maybe Carl was holding out to try and top deck a... Oh, no, has an Irida, so we're not done. I think Carl still should have... Oh, it's a Flannery. I thought it was an Irida. Carl needs to stop playing with Rainbow Rare supporters. That's what needs to happen here. I think Carl should have actually pushed Snom. I don't know why Carl's preserving Snom here versus the Articuno. I don't like that at all from Carl, to be honest. Carl should have pushed Snom here for sure, I feel like. All right, still going to be in a lot of trouble. I assume we'll see the Raikou attack this turn. Boss KO on Manaphy would be pretty good, to be honest. You are just risking your Raikou paralyzed, but like Carl doesn't have a setup to like paralyze, lock, loop you. Like it's one thing for you to paralyze your opponent's active Pokemon, but then to knock it out with the paralysis attack. It looks like Milo is gonna retreat though. I think I like this play from Milo. Retreat to Luminion, and then the thing is, what do you send up after that? I guess. And you definitely want to send up a Pokemon that can't be paralyzed. And that's what we see Milo doing here. It looks like they're going to send up the Dunsparce. Collapse away the Lugia V-Star. Interesting. Retreat to Luminion. The chance that Carl pulls off an attack with... the chance that Carl pulls off an attack with Articuno feels pretty low here, though. But ignoring the Articuno and going for the Boss KO on the Sobble. Okay, had the Boss. I like that play. Boss KO on the Sobble. Boss KO on the Manaphy would have been pretty good too, but I think Boss KO on Sobble definitely is better. Just limit, like, you'll get to the Manaphy eventually. As long as Carl's doing absolutely nothing, which is what Carl's doing. Snom has Call for Family. Okay, get a Sobble. The Luminion's back in the deck, though, so we could see Milo just do the exact same play and just Boss KO Sobble again. Go to Luminion, Boss KO Sobble, repeat. See what Milo chooses to do, though. Did discard the double turbo energy, actually, which is interesting because that might make it harder to actually pull off that play this turn now. Okay, we see an Ultra Ball happening. Getting rid of the Vikavolt, and I believe it was a Vacuum. I think it's worth it to get this boss on the Sobble, and that's what we see. Boss for the Sobble. Milo either needs an energy in hand or has to attack with the Raikou, and you'd much rather attack with the Luminion. I mean, even if Carl has Raihan to Articuno next turn, like it's not. Once again, it's not like Carl is setting up to a situation where they can actually pull off the lock loop play. So yeah, Carl's still not in a position to do the lock loop play. See why I like putting the double turbo back in the deck as Milo would have been nice, because then you could just get the double turbo plus an Aurora for Luminion, but now you need an energy in hand from Milo each time here, and does have it again. Because the other double turbo is prize, but we'll be getting the double turbo off the prize cards this turn, so we'll be able to do it again if they want to. But that's probably their last boss here, I would imagine, from Milo. Yeah, Milo plays 2 boss. Quick ball coming in from Carl. Eyeing up to Crabominable though, so I don't think this is going very well. I don't think it's gonna be it's just a call for family. Let's go. Alakazam to play. Dude, the Sobbles got bopped in this one. That is so unfortunate for Carl. The first game, did not know about the Vika Vault and kind of was put in a bad spot. This game, now Stoutland's coming in for the last 2 prize cards. All right, so pretty quick dub there for Milo. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. We didn't really get to see Carl's deck actually function. But that is kind of the comparison. Inteleon decks compared to pretty much everything else in the format are definitely less consistent. They need so much more to do stuff. Like it's just like not... They're just not as powerful, to be honest, overall. It's not as powerful in the current format. And that's why no one really plays Inteleon decks anymore. But definitely that game was a good showcase of the weaknesses of Inteleon decks, I think, more so than anything. Yo, appreciate the 213 sub there, Sergi. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. What do we got next? Go back a little bit. Oh, we'll go back a little bit more, actually. No, we're going to keep going. Yeah, there's just too much. The power level of the Pokemon that are not evolving has just gone up, or only evolving once. Has definitely gone up. Okay. Lugia versus Mew. And let's take a look at the... Oh, we can take a look at the prize cards right here. So Mew Prime... Fusion Mew as well. Double Battle VIP pass in the opening hand from Brent. Hang on, let me pull up... I'm down. Let's talk about this matchup a little bit. Let me pull up these lists as well. Brent versus... Giacomo? Como? All right, we got anything spicy? Let's take a look at the Lugia list. Oh, it has a Drapion. Okay, you don't see that all the time. Got the Drapion. That could be a difference maker. One of the things in this matchup with the Meloetta build is like you can sometimes use Stoutland to KO a Meloetta for 2 prize cards if they go like back-to-back Meloettas. Because the interesting thing about this matchup is like one of the things that Lugia can do against Mew is kind of force them out of their 2/2/2 prize trade pretty easily, to be honest. Like it's pretty easy for Lugia to force Mew out of the 2/2/2 prize trade. By, you know, just not benching more 2 prizing. You have such powerful 1 prize attackers with like the Zard, the Yveltal, sometimes Raikou. There's the Drapion in here as well, like I mentioned. Charon's Care, Canceling Cologne, Big Charm. They got actually, there's a lot of things in here. 10. Only 15 energy. They have to be cutting something somewhere. Yeah. But one thing cute that the Meloetta build can kind of do is you can go like back-to-back Meloettas. And if they KO back-to-back Meloettas, then they've only drawn 2 prize cards, which means they still need to take 2 more knockouts to win the game. Sometimes in the Mew matchup, the Lugia player only needs to take 2 knockouts to win. Just 2 Mew VMAXs. But with the Meloetta build, you can force your opponent to potentially take 4 knockouts. And the Meloettas kind of help you navigate that single prize trade a little bit better. Because if your opponent's like, all right, I'm going to attack with a Yveltal to KO your Mew, you're like, okay, I'm going to attack with a Meloetta to KO your Yveltal. I'm not going to put another 3 prize Pokemon on my active or something like that. Or when you attack with a Meloetta, it's not really a good target for a Yveltal. But there's like other stuff that you can do. Like I said, you can use Stoutland for 2 prize cards on a Meloetta. You can attack with Guru with like 1 powerful. You can KO Meloetta with Luminion as well. I almost feel like the biggest advantage the Meloetta build has against Lugia is when you go second, you can like turn 1 KO a 2 prize Pokemon and really put the pressure on really aggressively that way. And this is like a catcher build as well. So like you can, you know, gust up there, only Lugia in play or something like that. So you have that as like an option. But yeah. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I have to try and turn on Lorelei's light from my phone because it's here. Okay, it's on. You want to adjust any of the other things on it? Or? All right, let's get into it. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, but in this one, the Mew player is going first, which means like it almost feels like it's weird because like if you go second as the Meloetta Mew player, it's gonna be a little bit harder for the Lugia player to get 2 Lugias in play. But if the Lugia player goes second, it's a little bit more reasonable for the Lugia player to get 2 Lugias in play because they get to play a draw supporter alongside, you know, their opening hand and everything. So it almost feels like there's a potential for an advantage when you go second in the matchup as the Meloetta Mew, to be honest. But you don't want to. I don't think you ever want to choose to go second. It just feels that way. And they actually crammed away a tablet there. I'm curious to know what their hand is that they would cram away a tablet. Tablets are so good. Like, you still want to be able to reach for one-hit KOs on Lugias. So that's like an interesting choice there. I'm curious to know what the rest of the hand is. There was a tablet. I feel like they didn't need... They could have drawn... I feel like they could have drawn with Genesect first. And not crammed the... I'm not a huge fan of the cram on that tablet, to be honest. I think they could have drawn with Genesect first and maybe tried to find a cram on something else. And draw with Genesect once and then just pass. So apparently the rest of the cards weren't very good. I'm curious to know what they are, though, of course. All right. Over to our Lugia player. I'm not going to try and pronounce their name throughout the rest of this game, so we're just going to call him the Lugia player. Over to our Lugia player. See what they got. Chops. V-Guard. The Quick Ball. Some gold card at the end of the hand. I mean, it'll be, if it's a supporter, they won't get Luminian here probably. If it's not a supporter, it looks like it is a supporter. Oh, no, we got another. Oh, it is a Serena. It is a Serena, actually. Second Quick Ball happening here. So they could just grab second Lugia here and then play the Serena, which is probably what they should do here, to be honest. Just Quick Ball here, grab second Lugia, and then go ahead and play the Serena to draw some cards. They actually did prize one of the powerful energies, so they actually can't knock out. Oh, no, they still can, actually. I take it back. They can still knock out. V-Guard to the active. That's not a great V-Guard placement. You really want it on your V-Star, but I guess it would still burn some count of tablets to get the KO on the active, to be honest. So it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Yeah, even the Meloetta will need like a choice belt or a tablet to get the knockout. And we should see it read the wind here to end the turn. So I think still a pretty strong turn here for Lugia. All right, over to Brent. I mean, there's basically one thing to do this turn. It's just, I think, knock out with Meloetta on the active Lugia V. There's the Sparkle before drawing with Genesect, though. So maybe they have a Fusion Energy in hand. I don't love that choice if there's not a Fusion Energy in hand. Also, they didn't choose to bench. Oh, they did prize a Meloetta, actually. I take it back. I was going to point out that they didn't bench 2 Meloettas to try and set up 2 1-prizers, but they couldn't have done that because they did prize. They did have the Fusion in hand. And there's the tablet. So they already have the knockout on this first Lugia. And because Brent did go first, I guess the one thing that does happen is if you do go first... If you do go first as Brent here, you do hit through... Wait, did they just play Cram and not flip? Am I trolling? No, they played an Ultra Ball. You do force your opponent to put 2 Lugia Vs in play, because otherwise you could threaten to knock out the lone Lugia V and then just win the game. So that is like one of the... I guess that is like... You do force a second Lugia V in play pretty much every time. VVAX, first Genesect draw. I mean, there's not much more they could get this turn, to be honest. So, also, there's no hand disruption in this build. There's no disruption at all in this build from Brent. It's just 2 Lost Cities. They play a Silene, but yeah, 0 disruption. No Marnie, no Judge, no Roxanne. Literally just not quite all gas, but pretty much all gas. I've definitely seen some gassier Mew lists before, but this one is pretty gassy. Okay. Now, I do think Brent, after this knockout here from... After this knock on the Meloetta, I think Brent is going to struggle to get the return knockout, to be honest. We got a Marnie in the hand. Yveltal comes down. Gonna want that. It's a little bit, I don't know if is it a little risky to put it in play right now, though? Because now your opponent can kind of go chase it. Which you don't want to really give them the option of. They do play a vacuum. Luminion's coming in play here. I thought there was 2 Archie. What are we Luminioning for? Are we bossing? This is actually curious to me. Goes for a research. Isn't there a Marnie in hand? Am I trolling? Maybe they're going to attack with the Luminion and send it back to the bottom of the deck. V-Star power happening. That could be the play. The problem with this play, though, I swear they had a Marnie in hand. I don't know if I like this. Should have benched Stoutland last year. Well, Stoutland's not good into the first Meloetta. It's good into the second Meloetta. If you do Stoutland into the first Meloetta, yeah, if you Stoutland the first Meloetta, then you still need to go Gust, which, well, it can be hard to pull that off because theoretically the Mew player can go Roxanne Path. Most Meloetta builds do play 1 Roxanne, 1 Path, from what I can remember. But it prevents the second one from working. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you give them another 2 prize or they still win the trade. Because then if Brent goes KO Lugia, KO Stoutland, Horn, they just win. Or if you have another 2 prizer in play, they just win. You definitely don't want to give them the Stoutland. Because theoretically, I think on average, it won't affect your prize trade. You should Stoutland the second one, though. Because if you actually want to Stoutland the second one, because then you don't have to Gust. If they go Meloetta, if Brent goes Meloetta, and you go, okay, knockout. And then Brent goes Meloetta, then you go Stoutland, KO Meloetta, and then they have to attack with Mew VMAX, and you go KO Mew VMAX, win. But if they don't, but if you Stoutland the first Meloetta, they don't have to put the second Meloetta in play. And I think then it just advantages Brant overall. You don't want to be aggressive with Stoutland, but it is just a cool option to answer the second Meloetta. But this play actually, I think here is really bad from the Lugia player. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get the KO on the Meloetta, but you have 0 energy in play, and then Brent can just go Gust. Yeah, this is actually a really bad play. Potentially. They still have access to 1 Archeops, so they can still Archeops to the Lugia. And there's the Marnie. This is so confusing to me. I don't know. I don't know. It's not that... Well, what are you setting up after you attack with the Luminion? What if you had just like... I don't know. This is weird. This is just weird. Like, you could have just attacked with Lugia, which I think would have been fine to just attack with Lugia here. You don't have your V-Guard energy, which kind of sucks, but you could have just attacked with Lugia here. Brent's already down 2 power tablets, so the chance of them getting 1 hit KO on the Lugia is like not super high, right? They would need double tablet. Like 2 power tablet plus choice bout. So here comes the Luminion knockout, but they definitely need to use the second Archeops here and load up the Lugia. Or loading up Yveltal feels pretty weird. I would probably load up the Lugia. Here comes a quick ball. They're probably going to grab some chump to take the hit here. But Brent still also, this also like constantly leaves a bench space open. So Brent can Echoing Horn this turn on something. So there's the Manaphy. That's going to be the chump. Here comes, they are using the second Archeops at the very least. But Gust KO Archeops I think is still a pretty good play here from Brent. Yeah, Gust KO Archeops is still pretty good here from Brent. That would be what I imagine their play is here. Couple energy on a Lug. But they could also go with, actually, Brent from here could actually go Horn, Gust into 1-hit KO Lugia. We might see that from Brent, actually. Brent can go Horn, Gust, knockout, the Lugia V that was put in the discard pile. Actually, I don't know if there was another 2 prize in the discard pile before that Lugia V hit the discard pile. So that might have been a pretty big misplay there from the Lugia player. That actually might have been a pretty big misplay from the Lugia player there. We'll see how this plays out. But it's possible Brent can now just go Horn, Gust, KO, Lugia V. That would be tough from Brent because there's 2 tablets gone. Yeah, that was the first 2 prizer in the loss. So that's actually a huge misplay from the Lugia player. This because the other Pokemon in the discard pile were actually just 1 prize Pokemon. Yeah, this quick ball discard was really bad. They should have discarded like literally anything else. That was like a really big mistake. And you can see them shaking their head. They know they messed up. All right, choice bell on the active. I don't even know if the Force Seal Stone has been used yet from Brent, to be honest. Brent might just be cooking here. Oh, the Serena Gust. Technoblast for the knockouts coming in. Now, Brent only has 2 tablets left and only plays 1 choice belt, though. So Brent next turn would have to hit a Silene Heads, 1 of 2, to recover a choice belt or tablet, and a Catcher Heads to actually KO the Lugia V-Star off the bench. So this turn from a Lugia player, Lugia can just go Yveltal, 1-hit KO the active, and then hope that Brent doesn't have that combo on the next turn. And then they would ideally, I mean, Marnie versus not Marnie probably doesn't matter too much, to be honest. So you just get the KO and fill up your bench so you don't get Silene Horned, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess fill up your bench as well so you don't get Silene Horned. Like Silene for Horn, Catcher, Heads. Probably the way to go here. And there's the knockout. Let's go to the Lasso. Oh, wait. There's no 2 prize in the discard pile anymore because it did go to Lasso. So you don't have to fill your bench here, actually, as a Lugia player. But you might want to. You actually don't have to because, yeah, the Velocity helps out. Yo, Brent notices everything, man. Brent notices literally everything. Brent's like, nope, you already attached. Nope, goes to the Lost Zone. I like Brent. Brent's on point. Uh-oh. They seemed to not like what was happening in there. Do they not have the energy for the bird here? That would be bad. Okay, second one happening. Do they not have enough Auroras to actually take the knockout? 1 Aurora. Okay, so, I mean, they put it there, so this means I assume they have an Aurora in hand, so it's not too bad. Okay, all right. I thought it was, like, to the point where they whiffed the attack. I mean, looks pretty good to me. Get rid of the Irida here, I think. Yeah, there's just the knockout. Goes to the Lost Zone. Did not catch that one. They didn't catch that one, it looks like. Or did they? Am I trolling? They maybe did. All right. So for Brent to win this turn, like I said, Brent needs Silene Heads to recover. Silene Heads to recover a tablet, and then a Catcher Heads to gust up the Lugia. So this one's still pretty close. It's hard to tell how many cards Brent has left in deck. 4 Sealstone first is interesting. I think maybe doesn't know what play they're going for here, and is just checking what is available. But I believe they did grab the Silene, so I think they're on the same train of thought as I am here. They could also knock out the active and hope Lugia doesn't have a Gust, but that's not a very good bet. It's a pretty bad bet, to be honest. Let's see. Was that double heads? I think it was double heads. That's where all of Xander Perot's Silene Heads have been going. They've been going to Brent. That's the, I think there's a better word for it. That's balance right there, though. Oh, just 1 head, so I think. Just the tablet. Okay. Is Lugia playing V-Guard? Yeah, they lost it on the first Lugia, though. Oh, 2 catchers in hand? We're cooking! Tablet. Tablet. All right, this is looking pretty good for Brent. I don't know. Going back and forth here. Switching, retreating. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, their second Mew VMAX is prize. I didn't even think about that. They only play 2 Mew VMAX. So now over to... yeah, so they literally can't win. Oh, their last Mew VMAX is prize. I didn't even see that as a win condition or something that they needed. That's unfortunate. Last prize card was a Mew... Well, Mew VMAX in the last 2 prize cards. And they prized a Meloetta early, which means they weren't able to go Meloetta either. Huh. There's not too much they could have done there, to be honest. There's not too much they could have done there. That's just kind of unfortunate prizes, right? Like sometimes like you prize a VMAX like that, and you're like, okay, if I draw in like my first 4, I should be fine. How many catchers do they play? They play 3 catchers. So yeah, that's just kind of prize. They didn't even have a chance to go, oh my gosh, what are these prize cards? Opens double Genesect, thankfully. Mew double VMAX Genesect prize. Okay, so this isn't terrible. Because they have the Meloettas. So you just got to open up with the Meloetta. Why didn't you put the VMAX back with Silene? It got Lost Zoned. Yeah, it did get Lost Zoned from the Lost City. And even if they had, though, they still would have lost, though. Even if they had put the VMAX back, they still would have lost. Because they didn't have enough modifiers. They didn't have enough modifiers to actually buff it. They would have had to not have the Lost City in play and then get double heads on Silene. Okay, so Brent thankfully, like I said, thankfully has Meloettas. Ooh, Quick Ball on a double turbo. Does play 3 of them. Not something you want to be double turboing. Actually, they don't have any more. No, they have another Meloetta they can grab here. All right. If Brent didn't check before, the full realization of what's happening is coming to... is realizing. They're realizing that. And pass. Okay. A little bit of an awkward board state, but... Lugia's in the active as well here, which is actually really good for Brent, because like getting that initial 2 prize knockout will be nice on that Lugia. So the Lugia being the active is actually a pretty big deal here for Brent. So you like to see that for Brent at the very least. Even if with these kind of prize cards, you like to see the Lugia V being in the active, so you don't have to work too hard on Brent's turn. Can hopefully just put an Elsa Sparkle together, get this first 2-prize knockout. And like I said, probably you want to set up both Meloetas to have that option of using the second Meloetta to knock out something like an Archeops or a Yveltal or something like that. Chase down some kind of 1-prize. And for our Lugia player, it's looking like they're having almost the exact same start as last time. Their Yveltal is prized. Ooh, and has to burn a powerful here, actually. This powerful burn doesn't matter as much because Brent doesn't play Oricorio, so you don't need like a quad powerful plus choice belt potential knockout. The triple powerful works just fine. All right, Sparkle off the rip here for Brent. And you'd like to see the quad fusion if possible. Throws a double turbo. How much damage is that one doing now? Okay, I don't mind the... I don't know if I like that from Brent. Only has 1 double turbo left. Actually, I really don't like that from Brent. I don't know if it was possible to get the other fusion energy. It's definitely in the deck. I would like to have seen Brent try and dig for the other fusion energy, I think, for sure. Because this means that Brent only has 1 attacker. It can only attack with 1 Mew VMAX. Right? There's 1 fusion and 1 double turbo left. Because one's... Well, you could theoretically Silene... You could theoretically Silene a double turbo, but you probably want to save the Silenes for modifiers to make sure you can get through the Lugias. Especially because you know that they play... V-Guard energy, so hella powerfuls in the hand, it looks like, and a Luminion. Luminion's probably going to be the attacker this turn and then run to Guru. Luminion probably for research, we'll see. Luckily for Brent. I don't know if I would call that lucky. I think that's just reasonable. It's like, Brent, as long as you can draw some prize cards, you'll get a Mew VMAX. I think that's reasonable when you prize all your Mew VMAX. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say lucky. I think that's just reasonable. All right, Luminion's coming down. So from Lugia here, I think we want to see... They're going for Irida, which is weird. That's weird too. There's no way that's the right supporter take. There's got to be something better than Irida here. You don't want to research... The Irida. Ooh, they got the Big Charm. So they're getting... Okay, they want to... Maybe the prioritizing the Big Charm actually might be correct there. I don't hate the prioritization of the Big Charm, to be honest. That means you can't choice belt, though, which is weird. Now you can't choice belt your Lugia. So now your Lugia can't threaten a KO on a Mew VMAX. So to the Luminion, 2 more coming out here. I'd assume... Ooh, interesting. I would assume we'd see... Oh, the second double turbo is prized, actually. I was going to say, I assume we'd see the double turbo. Why not the V-Guard on the active here, though? Yeah, why not? They are playing the V-Guard, right? Yeah, why not put the V-Guard on the Lugia and then attach out a hand? Well, then you'd lose a powerful, I guess. Big Charm. See, this is actually the weird situation for the Lugia player, though, which I don't really love this line that they took, again, by attacking with Luminion instead of maybe just attacking with Lugia there when it has a Big Charm and a V-Guard? That's hard to deal with. Why not just attack with the Lugia there? With a V-Guard and a Big Charm? I guess you get to put you won't give it to put your Luminion back in the deck, though. Luminion got the Big Charm. But see, this is weird now, because now Brent can just go Gus KO Archeops. And that's what Brent's probably going to do here, is Gus KO Archeops. And Brent can do it with the Meloetta, or can do it with a Mew. I think it's a good time to do it with the Meloetta, though, to be honest. Because then you don't risk the Meloetta getting KO'd by Stoutland with a bunch of powerfuls. So I think I would like to see Brent go Meloetta KO... Chops. And then the Parasol on a Mew, actually, I don't even really like that too much. Because if you KO an Archeops here as Brent, then the threat of Yveltal is basically gone almost entirely. So you want to keep up on the option of choice belts on your Mews at that point, I feel like. But with the Big Charm on the Lugia as well, maybe hitting with a Mew isn't terrible instead of the Meloetta, because the threat of... the choice belt is basically non-existent. Now, they do play a vacuum and a choice belt, so it's possible the Lugia player could get like vacuum plus choice belt, but that's a pretty tall order. And they'd also have to get... I mean, getting the 2 powerful energy would be easy because you only need 1 Archeops in play to do that. But yeah, Tablet plus KO the Archeops here is fine. Lugia VMAX plus KO. There's an Echoing Horn. Ooh, there's Lugia V to grab. Okay. I don't know if I love grabbing it that aggressively, though, because the problem with that is now it has time to evolve, which means you're never gonna one-hit KO back-to-back Lugia V-Stars, unless Brent is just gonna go for... Now, Brent could go for this, actually. That's true. Brent could go Gus KO Lugia V, and then one-hit KO Lugia V-Star afterwards. The problem with that, I think, for Brent becomes that Brent would have to Silene to recover an energy to be able to attack with a follow-up Mew, though, which would be pretty tough. Because, yeah, Brent only has 1 double turbo left. So that's if this Mew gets knocked out. But I guess it's possible this Mew doesn't get knocked out this turn because the Yveltal is prized. But if you go for this route, then this route is weird. It's weird to not Parasol, to not evolve the other Mew as Brent. This is like a mistake here from Brent because you're leaving it open to get, you're leaving this active Mew, the Mew you're attacking with, you're leaving it open for this Mew to actually get KO'd by Yveltal when it could have had the Parasol. So this actually makes like this Parasol choice here. And I think Brent could have actually evolved the bench. I think both these were evolvable. Yeah, they were. So Brent could have just evolved the bench one and attached to it once they realized the play was kind of coming together. So definitely a pretty big mistake there from Brent, actually. That's like a pretty big mistake. Of course, yeah, doesn't know unless the Lugia player just told Brent, yeah, my Yveltal is prized. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know that. And then maybe this decision makes a little bit more sense. So it's going to be on the Lugia player to get through this Mew at this point now. 5 prizes left, so it's going to be tough. Other Mew prized again. Yeah, the other Mew is prized. Can't evolve both Mew? No, I'm pretty sure they can evolve both Mew. They benched them both turn 1. Oh, you're saying they can't evolve both of them. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they only have 1 Mew VMAX available. Yeah, but they should have evolved. They're both evolvable. Like, both can become evolved. They could have chosen which one to evolve. All right, so with no Yveltal available here, yeah, that big charm just feels weird now. Like, the big charm just feels out of place. Like, going for the Luminion play, now with the big charm. The horn play happened from Brent, which felt okay, I guess. Like, KO and Archeops there still felt pretty good to me, to be honest, especially with the big charm on the Lugia. For the Lugia player now, to be honest, the only line of play I see that can win them this game is literally, well, because, I mean, Brent misplayed. So a line of play that could have existed would have been the Yveltal play. But that's not an option now, obviously. The only play I see is Vacuum Choice Belt this turn from... Yeah, they have to, like, dig for Vacuum plus Choice Belt. So I think they should just, like, fully load up this active Lugia and then try and draw into Vacuum plus Choice Belt. That's, like, the only play I see. The big charm to begin with here was pretty bad, though, I think. I think they should have just attacked with Lugia with a V-Guard. The turn they attacked with Luminion, I'm pretty sure they should have just attacked with Lugia V-Guard. Like, the Luminion play is just so awkward. It opens up so many lines of play from Brent. To take advantage of. Also, you don't have an option for a 1-hit KO on a Mew VMAX because you know your Yveltal is prized. So unless you feel like the only way you win the game is if you do the Luminium play and if you hit your Yveltal out of your prize cards and you're one of 6, then the big charm play makes sense. But I think what they should have done is just like punch with Lugia with a V-Guard and then hope the 1-hit KO response doesn't happen. Which is like reasonable for it to not happen, to be honest, I think, in that situation. But yeah, the situation they're in now does not feel great. All right, there's a research. See what they get. Another possible for Brent. I don't think Brent's played any catchers yet. Another possibility for Brent is Echoing Horn, sidling for Echoing Horn plus catcher. So the Lugia player should probably try and fill their bench to play around that. Did they just concede? Well, I guess if they whiff that Vacuum plus Choice Belt play, maybe it is correct to concede. Oh, they'd have a game 3. I thought they conceded the whole match. I was like, I thought they lost game 1. I was like, why do you ever concede there? Did you? They didn't. I was like, but they didn't lose game 1. Okay. All right. I'm fine with it. I think I'm fine with that concession there. If you whiff the Vacuum plus Choice Belt, which it looks like is the play they were going for. Oh, they played Drapion. What? Wait. Did they forget they played Drapion? Wait, hold on. I forgot they played Drapion, but I feel like they forgot they played Drapion. Wait, what? Was it prized? It's not even prized. What? No shot. Oh my gosh. All right. That completely... Yeah, all right. I forgot they played Drapion. But them forgetting they played Drapion is worse than me forgetting they played Drapion. They had to have forgotten now. And now it's prized. Now they're getting punished for forgetting that they played Drapion. Okay, so now we might be able to see the power of... Ooh, okay, Brent finally with not terrible prizes. Although quick balls are pretty good. But the Guru start for the Lugia player, of course, to help play around the turn. Oh my, is that a Sparkle and a Fusion in the opening hand, though, for Brent? I think it is. See, and even this like early little prize exchange between Meloetta for a 1 prize knockout is like a pretty big deal as well. So that's why it feels like the Meloetta build. The Meloetta build, I'm not gonna lie though, the Meloetta build, like Mew is already like pretty on the ropes against most Lost Box builds. The Meloetta build gets destroyed by almost every Lost Box build. Meloetta Mew like gets absolutely just decimated, I feel like. By almost every single Lost Box build. Like the quad DTE path shenanigans control lock kind of build is like whatever, but yeah, the other build is decimation. Powerful energy. Second Lugia. Okay, there it is. I was like, is there a second Lugia? There better be a second Lugia here. Better be. Mini and Ultra Ball. There's the pass. Okay, how good of a hand. Dude, it's there. Oh my gosh. Brent is cooking. Already has it all. So I'm curious to see, will Brent go ahead and grab second Meloetta off the rip here? Or not? That's what I'm curious about here. Second Meloetta is, like I said, I think it's interesting. I think it opens up some cool lines of play. But no, doesn't go for the second Meloetta. Did have it available as well off that quick ball. Now it's looking for a catcher or an escape rope. Another Genesect, so we're still cooking here for Brent. Another draw off another Genesect. Another quick ball. You know what that means. Another Genesect. And then another draw off another Genesect. Oh, the head's on the Chromatic. Where's the escape rope? You know it's coming. Brent's cooking. There's the rope. Okay, rope up a Lugia. 6 minutes left. I think plenty of time for both players to still potentially pull a victory here. Another thing you can kind of play off a little bit here as as a Lugia player. Ooh, no space for a second Lugia, though. This is a risky play from Brent to actually bench that other Genesect instead of Ultra Balling for another Lugia here. The Lugia player now can go Boss KO Mew and trap them out of Mew for the rest of the game. That's a little bit of a risky play there, to be honest, from Brent. That one I don't like. I don't like that. Should have gone Ultra Ball away the Genesect plus something else and grab a second Mew. I don't like that play. And we'll see if there's a punish here or not. See how good the draw is for our Lugia player. They're not playing very fast, so I don't know how good it is. I got the V-Star. I don't know if there's any chops in the discard pile. People in the discard pile. Yeah, Gust KO on the Mew is pretty good here. It's pretty good. That's where the Big Charm could be really good as well. There's a Luminion in hand, so we're still cooking. I appreciate that Prime sub there, Kipler. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Goes for the Serena on the Mew. I don't like the Serena use here, though, actually. I think that's actually a mistake here. They probably should go with Boss. You almost never use Boss in this matchup. So Serena's like a potential draw supporter top deck. Ooh, but at the expense of solo chops, I actually don't know if this is correct, to be honest. I don't know if this is. Oh, no, but they have the Drapion. But the Drapion's prize. But you're going to get 3 prize cards before you would need Drapion. But this does open up a play for Brent to now go Gust KO chops. We'll see what Brent does. So on the next turn, Brent wants to go like, yeah, Gust KO chops here. Another play Brent could have done, actually, that I think was maybe a mistake from Brent. Brent probably shouldn't have put this Fusion Energy on the Mew because it makes Mew too big of a target. It would have been hard for Brent to call that they would have whiffed the second, but Brent didn't whiff the second Mew. No, you know what? It's correct for Brent to have put the Fusion Energy on the Mew. It was just incorrect for Brent to not bench a second Mew. It was correct for the Fusion Energy to be on the Mew. That's fine. It's just incorrect for Brent to have not benched on the Mew. Quad powers on the Lugia does not get the Drapion. I don't know if they checked if Drapion was prize or not. So now a play from Brent can be bench Mew and then Gust KO chops. And you want to put the Fusion Energy on a Genesect this time because you can't even load up 2 on a Mew anymore. So Quick Ball's an Ultra Ball. So the play here from Brent definitely wants to be, I think, Gust KO Archeops, and then you try and one-hit KO the Lugia on the next turn and remove all the attackers from play. So heads. Needs the Fusion Energy, but could get a tablet. Goes for the Fusion Energy, though. Could get a tablet, but goes for the Fusion Energy. You could also put the 3rd Fusion Energy on the Meloetta, actually. And actually, the Fusion Energy is probably best on Meloetta here, actually. I'm like, no, don't put it on the Mew. Wait, no, actually, it's not terrible on the Mew. It's not terrible on the Mew, because you could Silene for a few. No, it is terrible on the Mew. I take it back. It's terrible on the Mew. I take it back. It's terrible on the Mew. That's awful on the Mew. You should. That's actually this is awful. This is so let's break this down. So because you put it on the Mew, even if Brent gets the Gust KO on the Archeops here, which I don't even know if Brent's gonna go for that, to be honest. Brent might just go for the Luminion KO. But even if Brent goes for that, the Lugia player could still go once again Gust KO Mew. And then that means Brent's Meloetta damage is limited once again to 140 damage. But if Brent puts the Fusion Energy on a Genesect, and the Lugia player KOs the Genesect instead, well, then all of a sudden your Mew can become a Mew VMAX and get a double turbo energy and do 200 or 190 damage with Techno Blast. So you make sure you have access to some higher amount of damage when you don't put the fusion energy on the Mew. So the fusion energy on the Mew is just actually terrible. It should always go on a Genesect here, 100%. And then, yeah, I don't know about, to be honest, though, Brent going Gust KO Luminion, I think, might be fine. Which is actually, I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction. I think that's what Brent's going to go for. I think Brent's going to go Gust KO Luminion here, but we'll see. Yep. All right, there's the Gust on Luminion. Yeah, the fusion energy should not be on the Mew here. Because now our Lugia player could respond with, okay, Gust KO Mew. But we got this, another 2-prize knockout here for Brent. And then it's just an Echoing Horn plus a Gust away. Now, the Luminion will go to the Lost Zone, but there is a Lugia V in the discard pile here. So the question will kind of become here, I think, for the Lugia player, you kind of have to play like they have the Horn play, and they have Quad Genesect, like they're going to get it. I think they still have their V-Star power. They maybe just used it there. 30 seconds of time left. So I think as a Lugia player here, your game plan has to be... and I like that as well. I don't know how much I care about that, to be honest. They did get rid of their own Lost City to stop the Lost Zoning of Luminion. I guess that's probably correct because it's easier to KO Luminion than it is to KO a Lugia V, even though there's a Lugia V in the discard pile still. All right, Lugia player draws. Okay, so Lugia player should be turn 0 here. And that actually means based on the prize exchange, Brent should actually never lose this game because Lugia player has 4 prize cards left, is guaranteed to draw at least 1 prize card this turn. They'll go down to 3 prize cards. Now, if Brent can't win the game on their turn, they can just never evolve to a Mew VMAX. Pass back to the Lugia player. Lugia player can take a 2-prize knockout, go to 1 prize, have 0 turns left. Brent plays out their last turn, and the Lugia player never wins. So Brent doesn't have to like evolve, go for like the all-in to win the game for 2 turns. Brent can kind of just like burn their next turn to set up for their final turn to get 2 prize cards. So Lugia can never win here. They can only ever hope for a tie. Unless Brent messes up. Brent could mess up. So this turn, what I would like to see is 3. I think you have to hope that Brent... So because you have to hope that Brent... Oh, that's true. The Lugia player could gust this turn. Okay, the reason why gusting this turn is not good, though... The reason why gusting this turn is not turn... Because if you gust this turn, I think you pretty much always lose. If you gust this turn, I think you're always going to lose the game. Because if you gust this turn, Brent is 100% going to have the Echoing Horn play next turn. So I think gusting here is actually always just bad. Because you always are going to lose the Echoing Horn. Unless you... at that point, I guess your win condition could become hope Echoing Horn is in the last 2 prize cards. So I guess that could be a win condition. Because my thought process was the Lugia player has to play a draw supporter this turn to fill up their bench with like Dunsparce, Manaphy, Charizard, Yveltal, Raikou, shenanigans to prevent the Echoing Horn. That was my thought process. You could hope they just can't get the Echoing Horn play, but they're almost guaranteed the Echoing Horn play. And actually, we see the Irida get Manaphy plus Quick Ball, so I think they might be able to fill up their bench here. And the capture. Okay, we got it. Now actually put a V-Guard on our active, and we're chilling. It's possible. Brent can still go for the 1-hit KO. Now there's no Gust on the Mew V, so now we can see just Mew VMAX 1-hit KO the active. And I think there is plenty of tablets left, so... But they will have to get through the V-Guard energy, though, actually, so... They will have to get through the V-Guard energy. Quick Ball for Zard. Bench the Manaphy. That Big Charm would be kind of... No, the Big Charm would be kind of mid here, actually. I was gonna say, could be kind of clutch, but it'd actually be pretty mid. So another thing we can see from Brent this turn is Brent could actually Psychic Leap for a little bit of damage with a double turbo on this Mew, and then the next Mew could clean it up on the next turn. So once again, Brent doesn't have to win the game this turn or even attempt to win this turn. Brent can just, like, chill, theoretically. As long as there's another Mew V left. There's the VMAX. Oh, there's no Mew V left. Oh, boy. Actually, it could be in the hand. Could be in the hand. Hold up. We're not done yet. Turn 1 for Brent. Yeah, so Brent doesn't have to win this turn, though. Brent could actually chill, theoretically. Juice, Mew, okay. Active setup, Lost City. Double Power Tablet. They are drawing their whole deck, though, so I believe if it's in the deck, they'll just win. Mew VMAX, okay. They do need... Oh, wait a second. Have they messed up? Possibly. Heads? I think they were going to draw the whole deck anyway, so I don't think this like cram heads makes too big of a difference. Has Brent potentially overextended here? It's possible. Played 2 tablets. All right, Silene's happening. Double tails? I think Brent did overextend here. See, I think Brent could have done all this, but not evolve to the VMAX. Brent could have done all of these things that they just did, but just not evolve to VMAX, and then just Psychic Leap for minus 50, so it'd be 20 damage. Plus the 2 tablets, 80 damage. Ultra Ball. Yeah, I don't think Brent has a win condition this turn. But once again, they can just Psychic Leap back to the deck. And then they can't lose. If the Lugia player still has their choice belt, they can win. I don't know if it's in the discard pile. It possibly is. Yeah, I don't think Brent was ever cooking, though. Yeah, they have to leap back now. And they won't lose if they leap back. But you don't want to go back to the deck is the thing, though. So you want to, like, use Psychic Leap, but keep Pokemon in the active. You just want to keep the Mew V as itself in the active. All right, Psychic Leap to back to the deck. So yeah, Lugia player can't win. But as long as they have Gust KO on Mew V, it will be a tie. So Lugia is looking for Gust KO on the Mew V here. If they have that, it's impossible for Brent to win. And the Lugia player would have won if they had +1 turn to play the game, but unfortunately they don't. Do they have the Gust, though, is the question. If they don't have the Gust, I think probably to be safe, you retreat your Lugia. Yeah. And just knock out with Charizard? Yeah, you probably should retreat your Lugia, take the knockout with Charizard, just to be safe. Man, they had the Drapion this whole time, and they didn't use it at all. There's no way the Drapion couldn't have been used last game, though. That's what kind of blows my mind. They had to have forgotten their Drapion in game 2. I refuse to believe that they didn't forget their Drapion in game 2. There's just no way. All right, it is going to be that play. They're going to run to the Charizard. Charizard knockout. Should go to the Lost Zone. Not a big deal one way or the other. Yeah, turn 3 for Brent. Wasn't able to get the Gust on the Mew V Max. I don't know if there's enough. Oh, wait. Maybe. Tails. Another one. No, 4 tails in a row for Brent. Okay, that's a little bit unlucky. That feels bad. 4 tails in a row. Tablet. Genesect for the whole deck. I don't think there's a Gust effect left here, though. That was it. It was coming down to one of those. That's a tie. All right. Tie in the end. Yeah, that definitely felt weird. It was close. I mean, the Lugia player was going to win, I think, if they had one more turn. But I feel like they definitely threw game 2. I feel like they threw game 2. So, I mean, that's kind of, yeah. They maybe should have scooped game 2 sooner. But they had Drapion. I don't know. They had Drapion. I feel like they had Drapion. Oh, well. All right. Tie in the end. On to our next match. Did they just have Robin in the lounge the whole time for, like, analysis? Must have. This is our final round of Swiss, I think. James. Ooh, the Lost Box Mirror. Double Sableye prize. That's unlucky. Why is Drapion good against Mew? It one-hit KOs Mew VMAX for 0 energy. It does the thing. I definitely need to go get a snack, chat. So I'm going to go get a snack, and then we'll get into this final round of Swiss before we watch some top cut matches. And it really makes me wish that there was a stream from Australia, man. That would have been fun to watch. Robin was playing, I think. The same recorded interview over and over. Oh, it was a recorded interview that they like played during the break. Oh, okay. I thought they like had, was this 4:45:27? So they had like a similar lounge setup as they do at the. Yo, someone get this man a real chair, bro. What the heck? What is this? Did they run out of chairs in Europe or something, bro? What is this? What are they sitting on? It just looks awkward. Yo, so I got one request to Limitless Production. I got 2 requests. I have 2 requests actually. Let me see if I can find my other request real fast. This needs to be. This tilts me. This needs to be fixed. The round plus number when it gets to the double digits needs to be a little bit smaller. That and then someone get them a chair. Yeah, get a chair. They got like one of those little stool things they're sitting on. But besides that, everything looks sick. Everything looks sick. They really are putting on a great show for not being like the official production team. I think I asked this before, and I don't know if someone gave me an answer last time. But is this literally just like volunteers running all this stuff, like doing the cameras and stuff, like the whole setup, or is there like some official help from Pokemon, or is this literally just like is like Connor literally just setting up everything, and some other people are volunteering, I assume? What are my thoughts on Vikavolt in this meta? It's all right. It's solid. It's like you don't beat a lot of the fringe stuff, which kind of sucks. That's what we kind of saw. Wish the table camera was more zoomed out. Yeah, it needs to be. The table camera needs to be zoomed out a little bit as well. Yeah, I agree with that, Scavenger. I just want to be able to. I want to be able to see the player's hands a little bit. Don't zoom out too much, just a little bit. Definitely needs to be zoomed out. It looks cramped. It looks. It's like it's a little bit claustrophobic to watch. Definitely a little bit claustrophobic to watch. Yeah, Vikavolt's all right. You just lose some of the fringe stuff. We saw a good example of that with the Australia top cut. Was, 2 of them in top 8, 2 of the top players in top 8 with it, and then I don't know what Hasmani lost to, but Natalie lost to, Arcturus. Like you're losing to the fringe. I have no idea what Christian lost to. Not sure. And even then, your like Lugia matchup and your Lost Box matchup, I don't even know if you're favored against Lugia, to be honest. We are grinding a lot of that matchup, and we're coming up with some weird routes on the Lugia side of things to kind of handle it against Vikavolt, which is why we ended up not playing Vikavolt for Knoxville. We're coming up with some cute routes as the Lugia player to like navigate the matchup. There's not too much you can do, of course, when you're getting path item locked, but and then yeah, it's like maybe slightly favored for Vikavolt, but it might just be a 50-50 to be honest. And then your Lost Box matchup is also pretty close, to be honest. It just depends how many times they can chain Chorus. If they can get to Sableye pretty quickly, then you're just kind of screwed. Pokemon will auto block any foreign language because they can't moderate it. I think that's reasonable, to be honest. Like a lot of streams do that, like big streams for stuff like that, because you only have like so many moderators. You're not gonna have people translating stuff. That's like reasonable. Getting turn 1 Melody with path. Well, you don't always need the path though. It depends how well their turn 1 was. If they went first, you don't always need the path. So I think it's like not that bad. Also, this matchup is bad if they play Zam or Raikou. I don't think it's bad. Raikou can be, or Zam can be tough. Raikou's a little bit more manageable though, because you can like bring it up and punch it a turn ahead of time, and then even if they get 1 attack off with it, it might not be enough for them to snowball. So. Chip was clowning on Kyle for not pronouncing a Pokemon name correctly, and I said Kyle's based and only knows Japanese Pokemon names, and I got the banhammer. Interesting. That you probably just said a word that might just be blacklisted or something. Also, needs to chain Raihans to beat Vikavolt. That's just not true. Sometimes you just need 1 Raihan. Like if you're playing a Raikou build and you get like a turn 3 Raikou off of a Raihan, like they have to break item lock at that point. definitely don't need a chain Raihans. You usually need like one good Raihan to like break item locking. You're usually good. It was actually weird. Like the Natalie Hosmani list didn't even play any hand disruption. So like if the Lost Box player just had a good initial go, they're just like cooking. If they just had that first good start, then they're probably just cooking, to be honest. Same thing with like the Lugia. Like if the Lugia just quick balls for Pumpkaboo, don't you just lose? Like that was like weird to me that they didn't play actually any. And I'm actually gonna pull up the list now to like confirm my suspicions. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they had 4 Melanie, 2 boss. They had the second boss I actually don't hate, but I'm not a big fan of no Marnie. I kind of wanted a second hand disruption card. I wanted a second hand disruption card in the deck. Oh wait, Hasbani played a different list than Natalie actually. They didn't play the same 60. I just kind of assumed they had the same 60. Hasbani played a judge. Natalie played no judge. Interesting. Natalie had a Drapion. Wait, no, they probably both had a Drapion. Yeah, they were a card different. I just kind of assumed that they had the exact same 60. Yeah, I like the hand disruption. All right, chat. I'm gonna go run and grab a snack real fast, and then we'll get into this final round of Swiss. I remember seeing James tweet that it was weird that they thought it was weird that they put him on stream because they actually couldn't make cut. I don't know if James's opponent could make cut, maybe, or someone just did the math wrong in production. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, thanks for letting him know, Echo. Oh, shoot. And I met Rat Damon. Yo, how's y'all's day going? Dude, it was hailing over here not that long ago. Not like massive hail. It's been a while since I've seen like real, like, sometimes when it hails, it's just kind of like little rain, little ice rain. But this was like, like hail. Like, you could distinctly see them when they were on the ground. They look like little balls. Like maybe like marble size. Nah, not quite. It was a little bit smaller than marbles, but it was hailing over here for a second earlier. It's always like interesting to see stuff like that. It's been so long since I've seen hail. It's like cool to see stuff like that. I mean, as long as it's not like ridiculous hail. Like, what was that one hailstorm like down in like Tennessee or something a couple years back? It's back when I lived in Indiana. I don't know if it was in Indiana, but it was like ridiculous. Had a bonkers snowstorm last week. I mean, it didn't affect me. I didn't. Yeah, if Cali did get a bonker snowstorm, it did not affect me. There was no snow here. I mean, the snow is like only up in the mountains, right? A lot of Tarko, but too many cheaters, bro. Cheaters are everywhere, bro. Cheating just makes no sense to me, bro. It makes no sense. I just don't understand. Will they play Warzone with Chip again? Probably. I don't know if I'll stream it, but also I hear Warzone 2 sucks. I hear Warzone 2 is literally, I've yet to play a game in it, but I hear it's just bad, which sucks because Warzone was such a good battle royale. Yeah, Warzone is the best battle royale by far. It's like not even close, I don't think. All right, let me pull up these lists real fast. We got James and I don't even know how you pronounce their name. Piotr? 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 Are they on here? There we go. All right, let's see what kind of lost boxes they're cooking. What's cooking? Ever played Earth Defense? No. A couple days ago, had a foot of snow overnight. Sheesh. Piotr. All right, I'll believe you on that, Piotr. All right, let's take a look at the list before we get into it. This is Piotr's list. Has the Horn, has the Roxanne, which are both pretty good in the mirror. No Zigzagoon. This looks like it basically looks like Pedro's list, but with the Dragonite. And then take a look at James's list. No Roxanne, no Horn, but has the Zigzagoon. I think Roxanne is probably the best overall tech in the mirror match. The more I play it, the more I'm a little bit undecided, though, to be honest. Also has the triple Ordinary Rod, which is pretty good in mirror to recover your mana fee. Only 4 Pokemon search cards, though, with double quick ball, double capture. I'm not a huge fan of that. But I think we have the triple capture and double quick ball. Only 2 rod. But the extra rod to recover your mana fee is nice. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. So the Goon, yeah, Goon is good in mirror, but also Roxanne is good in mirror. Also, Echoing Horn can be good in mirror. Echoing Horn is kind of iffy though. My opinion as of late has been that Roxanne is the best mirror counter, but I don't know. Lost Box Mirrors like feels like if both players play well, it feels like it's really a pretty big toss up, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's peep these prize cards. James did prize a Birdkeeper and a Chorus, not great, and the Manaphy, but plays heavy ball, so should find it at some point. Piotr, double Sableye prized. The biggest prize here is probably the Echoing Horns in the last two. Probably not going to see the Echoing Horns see much value this game, because theoretically the turn you'd use the Echoing Horn is the turn you're drawing your last two prize cards. But I guess if they play heavy ball, they would be able to shuffle the prize cards and might get access to the Echoing Horn. Double Sableye prize looks bad, but you'll probably draw a prize card or find heavy ball by the time you'd need Sableye, so it's not that big of a deal. I'd be curious to know who won the coin flip. Oh, wait, James is playing the Dragonite. Am I trolling? Or did I see? No, James does play Dragonite, yeah. I'm not trolling, confirmed. So James, Dragonite start is really bad. Oh, has the heavy ball off the rip. And we should probably see them take the Manaphy. I can't imagine you'd go for anything else here. I would be curious to know if they did, why they would. Goes for the Manaphy. The Dragonite start is really, really bad. It's not that bad, to be honest, but it does opens the opportunity for Piotr to go with their own Dragonite to KO Dragonite for 2 prize cards at some point. It's not good. It's not good to have Dragonite on your bench because it's stuck in play as well. That's like the biggest thing, is it's stuck in play and just kind of eats up a bench space. Quick ball from James. Switch card. Draw 2 cards off the Comfy. Not draw 2 cards. You get 1 card off the Comfy. Ooh, already loses an Ordinary Rod. Decides to give up the Rod. I think I would have got rid of a Sableye there if I was James, to be honest. Yeah, I think I would have gotten rid of a Sableye if I was James, to be honest. Because you could just use the Rod to get the Sableye back after it gets knocked out. Second Comfy. Let's see how it goes. Goodbye, Zekrom. Okay. Ideally, what you want to do, talk to the first couple turns here. Ideally, if you draw well enough as James, you kind of want to leave Greninja or Guru in your active and then have like the other one on the bench. You can also do it with a Zekrom. So that way the opposing Lost Box player can't get off a turn 1 Cram knockout very easily, if at all. And then you get to go attack it. But what you can do as like Piotr as a response. So like if James had gone like a cleaner start, let's say Dragonite's Guru or Zekrom, and the active was Greninja for James. As Piotr, you can mirror their board and just be like, okay, Manaphy, use a couple Comfies, maybe have a Comfy in play, Guru, Greninja, or whatever, and then be like, okay, go. Now, James doesn't have a good Cram target either, and then it becomes kind of a race to the first person to get to Sableye. Or if someone wants to hit with a Cram and be like, okay, I'm going to force one of your nets out of you right now, I'll give you the first prize card into my Cram, and kind of go from there. But yeah, usually then it becomes like a race to Sableye. And that's why I think going second is a little bit better in the Lost Box Mirror, because you're more likely to pull off a turn 2 Sableye. But if you go first, getting the Sableye on turn 3 is definitely possible. I don't know. It's just weird. Like I feel like it's like 53% advantage to go second in Mirror, but it's like super small. It's like super small. If both players play well, it's kind of a crapshoot. All right, we're doing some Lost Zones from Piotr. Ooh, thinking about giving up the Dragonite here. I think we want to see the Lost Gate. Ooh, gives up the Dragonite, actually. I don't like that at all. I actually like keeping the Dragonite here because Dragonite KOs Dragonite, which is a little bit weird. You could still build up damage with Sableye onto the Dragonite and KO with Raikou eventually, I guess, as I almost like them keeping their own Dragonite so they can go Dragonite plus boss KO Dragonite with their Dragonite. Let me peep their list one more time real fast. Oh, they have Zamazenta, though, so I guess they could Zamazenta KO Dragonite at some point, so that's probably better, to be honest. But looks like they're definitely going to get off a turn 1 Cram attack here. We'll see how it goes. See if they're cooking. Quick energy prize check. Always important to check energy being prized in this deck. It's super, super important. You mess up gates, energy counts, stuff like that. Super, super important to check how many energy are prized. Pokemon as well, to be honest. A lot of situations, you want to check your Pokemon as well. Another important thing to do. I think there's no energy prize, though. Both players have, like, pretty... like, James's prize cards aren't bad, especially because they found the heavy ball early. There's the Manaphy grab. Gotta protect against the Greninja of James. And then their own Greninja. Greninja's like the best draw power in the deck, so why not get the Ninja in there? And yeah, always concealed cards first, and here we see that, concealed cards for 2. And then James doesn't play the Roxanne, so no hand disruption potentially at all this game. Sealstone give up to 3. I don't know what the discussion is there. I would imagine they can get to the 4 here. We'll see. Oh, yeah, it just has plenty of stuff to get to 4 here. Switch card, Comfy. Don't want to use Switch card if you can avoid it. I think it's Comfy and Mirage Gate. You could give the Mirage Gate here to keep the Comfy, to be honest, but you probably give up the Comfy. You don't need too many Mirage Gates in this matchup. You need like 2, maybe 3. Like some games you'll need 3, but rarely. All right, first prize card being given up with, once again, the Dragonite in play. So like the Dragonite being in play, also a bad thing. But it is kind of a race to Sableye from here. So James can respond with their own, quick ball to Sableye, with their own Cram Punch here. And then from there can look to Sableye on the next turn. But did quick ball away the Sableye, which is curious to me. Maybe they had the other Sableye in hand. Or maybe the other cards are just that important. That's also possible. Also, no Greninja set up from James either. So James is definitely on the back foot here. Another Confused. Still has yet to see a Colress, and there's just a concede. All right, I don't hate it there from James. You're in a pretty bad spot. You have Dragonite on your board. You lost the first prize card. You have yet to see a Colress. And there's a lot of actions to be taken in the Lost Box mirror match. So I do like the concede here from James. Now I'm curious. Is James going to choose to go first or second? Like I said, I think it's really close. I think it's like slightly favored to go second. Slightly. But like in a tournament, going first versus second might not actually change the outcome of like your... Well, I mean, it would change it, but like... You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious to see if James chooses to go first or second. Double Battle VIP Pass prize. That's not good. Roxanne, Echoing Horn, and an Ordinary Rise prized on Piotr's side. Air Balloon's not super important. Training Card's not super important. Neither prize cards are super detrimental. James might struggle to set up, though, with the Double Battle VIP Pass prize. We'll see. The question is, though, once again, did James choose to go first or second? It looks like James did choose to go second. Okay. And has a way better start this time. Has a Colress, I believe, opened Comfy, and has Manaphy in the hand. James is cooking, but Piotr did open a Battle VIP Pass, so they're not doing... Oh, my gosh. Double Battle. Oh, my gosh, dude. What the heck? Double Battle VIP Pass? So this is a perfect scenario. For Piotr to try and pull off that board state that I mentioned of Greninja plus Guru. If you get Greninja plus Guru into play, get the Greninja in the active. Going to be hard for James to actually get a knockout on their turn. See what happens, though. Here we go. Cooking. Switch cart. Cooking again. Raihan and Heavy Ball. Well, if they check their prize cards properly... Wait, did they not put something in the Lhasa? No, they did. There's the Guru. Can they get to the Greninja, though? Schwisdom. Ooh, could not get to the Greninja. I don't even know if they should have put Guru in play then, to be honest. They don't play the Zigzagoon, so it's not that big of a deal. You could have held on to it for a turn there. The Guru, you didn't have to put it in play quite yet. It is really good to filter your Lost Zones to make sure you don't get bodied by your Comfies at all. Another Rod hitting the discard or the Lost Zone here off the rip here for James. Not great. But it does play 3. I believe there's a net in that hand. Nets are super important as well to heal Sableye damage off the excess Sableye damage after they go like KO Man if you put some more in play. Nets are super important to try and keep around. Comfy coming down from James. Moves a Comfy and a Capture. Goes for the Comfy. Nets. Already burning Nets. I thought had a Battle VIP Pass. It might still have a Battle VIP Pass. Quick Ball versus Gate. Probably going to go for the Quick Ball here. Like I said, Gate's like okay, but it's not that important. Yeah, like you don't need... You need Gates eventually. Like, they have to not have Manaphy in play for your Gate to... Okay, we're cooking. James is definitely cooking. And the Guru comes down. Like I said, you're using Guru pretty often. Air Balloon Retreat. James did not seem like super happy with the way that ended up, though. Did not use Greninja there either. Was not able to use Greninja. Okay. So it's looking pretty good for James here. Especially with the Roxanne and the Echoing Horn prize. But I guess, yeah, Piotr should be able to get access to those pretty easily. You see a Quick Ball coming out pretty aggressively. And yeah, they're going to basically have mirrored board states here. See if they can find themselves a Colress. They probably are not going to be able to No, they're definitely not going to be able to actually attack with Sableye this turn. I think the question will be, will James be able to attack with Sableye on their next turn? Comfy down, scoop up net. Another scoop up net burned. You're trying to avoid that as much as possible. Metal to the Lost Zone. We're up to 4 now. There's Greninja. There's a Colress. Okay, we're cooking. There's a Sableye in hand for the future as well. Pretty easy Lost Zones here. See, Amazenta's like okay to keep around. Definitely give up the Battle VIP pass. Could give up the second Cram. Sometimes you do attack with back-to-back Crams. You just don't want to. You don't ever really want to attack with back-to-back Crams. It's kind of a waste. Like, not a waste. Like, you just would wish you had been Sableye in that turn instead. So I don't love grabbing the second Cram there. It's like okay. Yeah, taking the second Cram there off the course is like okay, but you never want to attack with it anyway. If you can avoid it, you never want to attack with the second Cram. It's like, well, I didn't get anything else and they just punch me with the Cram. I guess I'll attack with second Cram. Yeah, you want to save the nets to pick up damage from Sableye. It depends. Like, if using the nets gets you to Sableye sooner, that's good. If using the nets doesn't help you get to Sableye any sooner, then you want to save your nets to recover from your opponent's Sableye damage. That's another thing to mention. Neither player prize any nets. Our Primate Wisdom off the rip here from James. Gonna filter out deck. I think James is, with that Primate Wisdom there, it feels like James is probably not going to use, I don't know what James is at 4. Should be at 5 now. We'll get up to 6, 7. Yeah, I don't think James is using Sableye this turn. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Never been wrong before. It's an interesting choice of where to put this capture engine, to be honest. I think it actually might be best. This is what I was talking about with the back-to-back Crams hits. Like, if James could theoretically get to Sableye here, you'd rather attack with Sableye, but the capture also could have gone down on the Greninja, to be honest, to get the Greninja a little bit closer. And because, like, you could have, like, a weird... I almost like the capture a little bit more on the Greninja here from James, because you could have, like, a weird Mirage Gate next turn where you Mirage Gate to get a Psychic on a Sableye, and you can also get a Water on the Greninja, and then you're just an attachment, a Water attachment to the Greninja away from attacking with the Greninja. So I'm not sure I like the capture here on the Comfy from James, to be honest. Now, when Piotr does start, because even when Piotr starts using Sableye, the Sableye pings are going to go onto Manaphy first, always. So almost always. Sometimes you're in a weird situation where your opponent's not really cooking at all, and you actually want to take out their Comfies first instead, because you know that they're probably going to be able to recover the Manaphy. But you usually just want to pressure the Manaphy and like force them to have the Rod plus recovery in the same turn. So I don't know. But actually, if they're going Sableye into Sableye, you're usually KOing Sableye with Sableye, to be honest, and then like spraying the rest of the damage. I don't know. You appreciate the 13-month resub there, Triple Cast. More Comfies. All right, we should definitely be getting to 10 here for Piotr, though. And we should see Sableye KO Manaphy. And then from there, the rest of the damage should go to, like, 2 on Comfy with the capture. Or you could do 1 on each Comfy. No, you'd want to do 2 on each Comfy and then 1 on Guru, probably. Or you could do 2 on a Comfy, 3 on a Guru. You do need to eventually set up other stuff to be sniped by Greninja when the Greninja actually happens. So you can also do 2 to Cram, 3 to Guru as well. Now, but you want to pressure like the double Comfy KO. We should definitely see a... I'm pretty sure we should see a Sableye play actually happen here, though, for sure. That's what we should see for sure. Sableye should attack this turn. Yep, there it is. Manaphy should get KO'd. The thing is, if you go KO Manaphy, but then put all the damage on the Comfies, and then James just nets one of the Comfies, your Greninja can't do anything anyways, so James doesn't have to recover the Manaphy this turn. So I think on this turn, you actually want to go KO Manaphy, 3 on Guru. You could do 3 on Guru, 2 on one of the Comfies, I guess. 2 on the Comfy with the Air Balloon, because you want them to net the Air Balloon Comfy. Okay. So let's see what they actually choose to do. So I'm going to try and predict what... I'm going to say what I think I would do. I would go... Before they actually put the damage in play, I think I would go 7 Manaphy. Actually, you know what I would do? I would do 7 Manaphy, 2 on Cram. 7 because you don't want to net a Cram. But the Cram's in the active, so it's most likely to get netted or roped, so that way James can respond with their own Sableye this turn. So actually, I think you'd go 7 to Manaphy, 2 on the Comfy with the Air Balloon, because I don't want to net that Comfy. And also it like pivots, it retreats by itself already, so they don't want to switch card it either. And then 3 on Guru. I think that's what I would do here. We'll see what they choose to do. 5 on the air. Okay, that's really bad. So it does, the 5 there does pressure James to net the Comfy, but like the free pivot from Air Balloon just does not matter that much at all. It just does not matter. You're gonna have a bunch of excess escape ropes and scoop up nets. So that was actually a really bad 5 damage counters. Because I'm sure James is like, oh, shoot, I get to net all of the damage out of play. I get to use 1 card to remove all the damage you just put in play. Sign me up. Now, it does remove the viability of switch cart to heal the damage. But now you just get to net all the damage out of play. So I'm sure James is happy with this 2 on Cram. The problem with 2 on Cram is it lines up really well for switch cart. The 2 on Cram is a little bit awkward because James wants to attack with their own Sableye anyways. So knowing James wants to attack with their own Sableye, that means James wants to move their Cram to begin with. So if you put any damage on Cram, it can be switch carded or scoop up netted. And then James is happy for that. We're happy with that, right? So I don't really like the damage on the Cram for that reason. Sometimes if the Cram was on the bench, it'd be different because then James would have to go out of their way in a situation where they don't want to move the Cram to then heal the Cram, so it becomes less efficient. So damage on Cram here is really not that good because if James attacked with Cram this turn to begin with, that's already great for Piotr to begin with, right? So, yeah. All right, yeah, but the 5 on the Comfy has to be wrong. Like, that's just like too efficient for James now to like just net out of play, especially when there's like a second pivot set up in the Comfy. So now James can go like, I don't know, retreat to the Comfy with the Air Balloon, then net it or something. You still have a pivot set up with the other Comfy. I don't know. Also, like I said, because of this, James doesn't actually have to put Manaphy in play anymore this turn because there's not 2 things to die. 2 things in play will not die to Greninja. So if James just nets that 1 Comfy out of play. Oh wait, that's not true. If you attack with Sableye, there will be 2 things that die. I take it back. 1 on Comfy, 1 on Comfy, 3 on Guru. You could do that as well. But the thing is, Piotr doesn't play Zigzagoon. So if James heals one of those 1 damages off one of the Comfies, then when James puts Manaphy back in play, Piotr can't take a double prize knockout on Comfy Manaphy. That'd be 1 damage short, and they don't play Zigzagoon, so they can't make up for it. So doing the 2 instead on the Air Balloon kind of forces the Air Balloon out of play. And then actually gives you the option, like if James just whiffs any kind of heal, then you can actually go KO Comfy plus KO Manaphy. But I'm curious to see what James actually ends up with here. Like I said, definitely need to net the Comfy with 5 on it. I think we'll see James do that for sure. There's the escape rope. The Comfy with the 5 on it is probably going to be sent up. Probably should just send up a Comfy here as Piotr, because if you are forced to attack with a Cram here as James, then you actually remove the Comfy from... Actually, you could have sent up Greninja here. Yeah. The one thing I'm a little bit unsure about in this situation, I'm just curious to see what James does, is whether when you attack with Sableye here as James, I always feel like you should KO your opponent's Sableye, but sometimes I feel like not KOing their Sableye might be better because, yeah, see, this is actually the Mirage Gate that I was talking about that could happen. I was literally just mentioned this Mirage Gate where when you do the Mirage Gate this turn, you're going to get 1 Psychic to the Sableye, 1 Water on the Greninja. So if the capture was on... Oh, wait, actually, James is going to load up the Comfy instead. Okay. That's interesting to not load up the Greninja there. And make it easier to attack with Greninja on the next turn. That's actually curious. I would have always put the capture on the Greninja and then loaded this Water on the Greninja. So this double energy on Comfy doesn't feel that good, though. I don't know. It doesn't feel that good. You do get to get maybe some more Comfy uses out. I think James didn't discard the Air Balloon there. Should have discarded the Air Balloon. I'm pretty sure James put the Air Balloon in hand. Got rid of the Quick Ball, which is interesting. I think it was Quick Ball versus Manaphy, though. Okay, so now James, like, I think we're always going... Yeah, I think they caught the Air Balloon. Yeah, so I think we're always going... We'll see. My prediction will be 8 to Sableye, and then we have 4 left. So we go, like, 1, 1, 1. Putting any on the active Comfy always feels so bad. And because James plays Zigzagoon, we could see, like, 1 to Comfy, 1 to Manaphy, 1 to Guru. But I'm curious to see if James... 2-2. See, I don't know. The damage on the active Comfy. See, the problem with the damage on the Comfy like this, though, is Piotr wants to use Comfy, put them in the active, and then move them out of play with Switch Cart or Scoop Up Net. But if you put the damage on the Manaphy, Piotr does not want to Switch Cart or Scoop Up Net their Manaphy at all. So it kind of forces that out of them. Because right here from Piotr, what Piotr could do is just go, oh, okay, bench Sableye, attach Psychic, use Comfy, scoop it up, send up Comfy, use it, scoop it up, and never put the Comfies down again. But the Manaphy does have to come back down. So if you force a scoop up net out of Piotr to pick up the Manaphy and then put it back down, then all of a sudden there's one less scoop up net to pick up a Comfey out of play and not put it back down, which means there's another Comfey in play. So I don't really like the 20 on the bench Comfey, I think is like okay, but I think what would have been better is like 1 on Comfey, 1 on Manaphy, and because James plays Zigzagoon, I think 1 on Guru would have been interesting. We also could have seen like 1/1. Oh, we have 1 extra damage there then. So we could do 1 on each Comfey, 1 on Manaphy. But like also the switch cards are so efficient here as well. That's like a big thing you're trying to avoid at all costs is don't let your opponent get efficient switch cards. And James gave Piotr the possibility of getting efficient switch cards. I don't know where the switch cards are right now for Piotr, if they're in the deck or if they're in the Lost Zone or discard pile. I don't know where they're at. They do play 2. Both players play 2, but I think 1 on everything except Greninja. Putting any damage on the active Comfey feels pretty meh, though, to be honest. Any damage on the active Comfey feels pretty meh. It depends how many nets and switch cards Piotr is down, though. But even then, you still want to spread it out a little bit more so they don't get to... There should always just be a damage on the Manaphy for sure. So it should either be 1 on each Comfey, 1 on Manaphy, 1 on Guru, or it should be 2 on Manaphy, 1 on Comfey, 1 on Guru, or 1 on each... I could see 1 on each Comfey, 2 on Manaphy. I think there just should be a damage on Guru, though. Wait, 1 damage on Guru or 2 damage on Guru? You would need 2 damage on Guru to actually set it up for Goon Greninja. So you need 2 on Guru, 1 on Manaphy, 1 on Comfey. I think sounds best. None on the active Comfey. Because, once again, Piotr has to move the active Comfey to begin with anyways. So if Piotr's only way to move it is also a net or a switch card, they basically had to use a net or a switch card without actually healing any damage. It's like another thing. So putting damage on the active Comfey never feels good like that. Or like if you're KOing the active, then like any of the Comfeys always feels bad as well. So Sableye Psychic getting recovered here for Piotr. Well, I can't do that. That's cheating. Using an Ordinary Rod right now, though, is not great because that's 1 less Ordinary Rod for Manaphy. So you don't actually want an Ordinary Rod here, but I think they were out of Psychic, so they had to. That's what I'm saying. Another interesting play, like in the situation I feel like sometimes that could come up, is you could KO Manaphy instead of KOing Sableye. So you go KO Manaphy, you have 5 left, you do like 2 to Sableye, 1 to Comfey, 1 to Comfey, or 1 to Comfey and then 2 on Guru or something, I don't know. Because in the Sableye's in play, it's like another low HP Pokemon, and then you're threatening Greninja next turn. That's a play I feel like I've never done, because this play it feels better to always KO your opponent's Sableye, I feel like, but I don't know, it's like interesting. It could definitely be a thing. But I think we are going to see Piotr whiff the heal here. There's a Roxanne. Okay. Hasn't whiffed yet. They haven't whiffed yet. 2 Manaphy? I think 2 Manaphy is okay. It's good in mirror. It's good in mirror. Not like I don't think it's like a breaking point. It's hard to really find a tech for mirror that actually like breaks the mirror, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it's like groundbreaking or anything. But it is decent in mirror. And then it's okay against Lugia as well. It's not that great against Lugia. And here, this is the exact play that I was talking about that's going to happen. And this is why the damage on the Comfeys doesn't feel that great. I believe Piotr is about to literally have the scoop up net play. And there's second scoop up net. So this is why I don't like the damage on the Comfeys. But if you put it on the Manaphy, you don't get as efficient of a turn from Piotr. And it's like, that's what you're trying to do in the mirror match, is just try and be as efficient, get to Sableye, use your Sableyes, be more efficient from there. So, and Piotr could have net reset the Manaphy, like I said. Like Piotr still could have gone, okay, with the second net, let's say James had gone 2 to the bench Comfey, 2 to the Manaphy. Then Piotr could just go pick up the Manaphy, put it back down. But then there's still 1 more Comfey in play for Piotr to have to worry about James taking advantage of in future turns. So. Okay, and this is where we see, actually, Piotr is going for that play that I mentioned. We're chasing the Manaphy, but they leave the Sableye in play. And once again, 4 damage on the Greninja is so bad here. 4 damage on the Greninja is a terrible play here from Piotr. This is actually really bad. You want to do like 2 to Cram. This is where you could damage Cram. I think it's where you want to see like 2 to Cram, 3 to Sableye or something like that maybe. 2 to Cram, 3 to Sableye, because then you can KO Sableye Manaphy. You can KO Sableye Comfey. Now, I guess, all right, so the one thing here, though, is Piotr has seen 2... Oh, wait, no, this does make more sense for Piotr, actually, because Piotr did just Roxanne James. So this is actually what you want to do here is Piotr. I forgot about the Roxanne. The other thing I was going to mention is that James has gone through 2 Ordinary Rod now. One's in the Lost and one's in the discard pile. Piotr probably does not know that James plays 3 Ordinary Rod, but this is actually perfect. This is exactly what Piotr wants to do, because this is the turn that Piotr Roxanne. So you Roxanne, KO the Manaphy. I still don't love the 4 on the Greninja. I think it's okay, but Scoop Up Net is like super efficient again once again for James. But you are going to, as Piotr, you are looking to use Greninja on your next turn, so maybe it's not that bad, to be honest. Like, now if just James just has a Scoop Net to pick up their Greninja, like, it makes your play just so much less efficient on the following turn. So I still don't love the 4 on Greninja from Piotr, even though they are aiming for the Greninja next turn. Yeah, because the Scoop Net on Greninja like no longer makes it a target. So not a huge fan of that one, but there's the rod from James. 3rd rod as well, like I mentioned. So that's pretty good draw. Yeah, probably don't want the other thing there, whatever it was. Cram. Goes actually just Manaphy. Goes for just Manaphy. Then has the Raihan. Throws it onto the Comfey once again. I like not putting on the Greninja here because I think you are definitely trying to... decides to go with the Guru instead. Seems fine. Gonna just search out the Manaphy. So the hand has to be pretty dead besides that for James. I think another play from Piotr could have still been KO the Sableye, to be honest. With the Sableye, go KO Sableye. Spread some damage for a double Sableye prize turn on the next turn. Would have still been fine, to be honest. And now it's just going to be the Sableye play from James. But now the board state for Piotr is like not great. So we're going to see 8 from James onto the Sableye. And then we'll probably see 2 on the Greninja, so the Cram can KO Greninja, because Cram might be Piotr's attacker next turn, to be honest. And then we have 2 left. Well, shouldn't it be 5 on Greninja? Wait, I'm so oh, okay, no. James did something different here. James went KO. Interesting. James went KO. James went KO Manaphy 5 on... Well, 5 on Greninja never makes sense, so 1 should be on the Guru for sure. Does 5 on Greninja ever make sense? I don't think 5 on Greninja ever makes sense, does it? 1, 2, 3, 20, so there's 80 left. I guess that lets... No, what the heck does that do ever? It doesn't do anything. So one of them should be on the Guru, I feel like. So instead of KOing the attacker, James goes with, I'm going to set up for my own Greninja on the next turn to win. But Piotr can Greninja this turn for just an energy. So I don't know how about this play from James, because now Piotr should go retreat Sableye, Greninja, knock out Sableye and Greninja. And then James doesn't have a way to recover Greninja anymore. Oh no, there's a Manaphy on play for James. Never mind. I take it back. So Piotr's play this turn. My bad. Let me refresh. Piotr's play this turn is KO Manaphy with Sableye, bench Manaphy. And then there's what, 80 left? 50. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you were just trying to get a... Oh, picks up the Greninja. Okay. But if it doesn't have Manaphy, then that's a pretty good play as well. They don't have Manaphy. They have a Colress, though. And they're not using their Colress. Also, the Zamazenta is still pretty good in like these late game board scenarios, so I feel like Piotr probably... Wait, why isn't Piotr playing the Colress? That's interesting. I swear they have a Colress in hand. No, they definitely have a Colress in hand. Why are they not playing Colress? Now they're playing a capture. What do they have left? They have nothing left. Oh, they just have nothing left. They might just lose because they have nothing. I don't know if they could have actually afforded... James also has like a really small hand as well. You don't know if James is actually going to have a good play on their next turn. I don't know if Piotr could have afforded to scoop up net that Greninja there, because it always gets your active always gets KO'd. I think Piotr... that's so hard. That's tough. I don't know. I'm not going to overthink it, so we're just going to see what they do. That's actually like a really tough play. Piotr definitely needs to hope to pull the... they have to hope to get their Ordinary Rod off their prize cards here, that's for sure. That maybe makes sense as to why they didn't play the Colress. They did not get the Ordinary off the prize cards, though. So they should just lose here. I think James will just win here for sure. Yeah, James should just get the dub here. There's a heal 3. Yeah, I almost wonder, like, I mentioned it. Piotr maybe, instead of KOing the Manaphy on that turn where they Roxanne, they maybe should have just KO'd the Sableye, to be honest. I don't know. Like, looking back on it, it definitely looks better, obviously. Hard to make that prediction in the moment, but... Yeah, hard to make that prediction in the moment, but now, like, in hindsight, it definitely looks better if Piotr had actually gone after the Sableye instead of the Manaphy. That turn. Piotr honestly just ran out of resources in this game, but the second rod being prized is kind of part of that reason for sure. Oh, it has another Sableye. It's not gonna matter. They have no energy recovery. All right, there's a concede. We're going to game 3. We got 12 minutes left, which is not a ton of time for a game of Lost Box, to be honest. But we do have the +3 to work with as well. I'm curious to see if Piotr actually chooses. If Piotr actually chooses to go first or second. Okay, they do choose second. The opening hand does have a Battle VIP pass, but the rest of it's not great, to be honest. And they open Manaphy as well, not a Comfy. Their hand, I see their hand actually. Their hand kind of sucks. They could still get there, though. Here come the Comfies for James. Taking for a Battle VIP pass. A lot of energy prized for James. Both of them prized at Cramp. They obviously play Heavy Ball, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, prize cards on either side are not a big deal. Ooh. The Sinnoh to stop the capture from Piotr. So now Piotr here should probably go Greninja plus Comfy, I think. You should grab Greninja plus Comfy. And then use Greninja to get rid of the capture to draw 2 cards. In these kind of situations, you could go double Comfy as well, but you don't have enough cards to really combo with the double Comfy, so you just need to find good cards to begin with. So I like going Greninja instead, because Greninja lets you find the good cards. Or could like draw into 2 good cards. Because this hand is like nothing to combo with anything. That's double net though. Ooh, net the Manaphy? I don't like the net. The net the Manaphy is just bad, right? And net Manaphy is always just bad there. You should always escape rope. Does net Manaphy ever make sense? I don't think net Manaphy ever makes any sense there. You net the Manaphy. No, why not just play escape rope? You always play escape rope there. You never net a Manaphy there. That's actually a misplay. So they ripped an energy or a net. There is an escape. Maybe I'm trolling. Maybe there's not an escape rope in the hand. I think you take the energy and net reset the Greninja because I think they have a net in hand. It does not do that. What is that green thing? That's a rope, right? Am I trolling? They pass! Dude, is that not a rope? I want to know if that's a rope or not. Dude, what is it? Oh, it's an ordinary rod. Dude, it looks like a green escape rope. All right, the pass over to James. Now James can cook. Has everything they need to attack this turn. Doesn't want to play escape rope, though, because otherwise Piotr can send up to Greninja. So you don't want to actually play escape rope here as James. Net, and doesn't have to, I believe. And can just get this KO on the active and try and cook from there. 7 minutes left. Ooh, gave up the Goon, though. That's not good. But if you're going to be far enough ahead, going to keep going. They're not done yet. They could have stopped there. James doesn't have to keep cooking like this. But you do want to start chaining Courses so you can get to the Sableye as soon as possible. So I actually kind of like this, I think, overall. Last choice is a Scoop Up Net. To be honest, the Scoop Up Net... No, you have the Water to Retreat, I think. So no Colress here for James. Actually, we might go one more. Yo, where's that Colress at? Oh my gosh, it's another Scoop Up Net. All right, keep going. We're in this deep. Let's just keep going. Oh, and I think James is going to back down. Nah, we keep going. Benches the Zekrom to play around Escape Rope, and then just swings. Yep, prize card is another Zekrom. Cool. I like the playing around Escape Rope there for sure. Ninja for 2 into absolutely nothing. Unfortunate. Yeah, the what's it called? The Temple of Sinnoh actually did a ton of work there with not being able to play the capture energy, I feel like. I feel like that would have completely changed things here. There was actually a boss on the Zekrom there. There's an escape rope in the hand here, though, for James. Send up of the Raikou to draw 1. Ninja comes back down. But you'd rather punch the Raikou here. You don't want to escape rope here, because then Piotr could send up the Greninja. You don't want to give them damage to remove from play. So I think just net swing with Cram here is fine for James, to be honest. If you can use Comfy, you should, but... Okay, we have a switch card. Oh, we can save the net for later. That's even better. So Mirage Gate. I think we're going to see James put 2 energy on the Comfy and then hard retreat it. And then punch the Raikou. Neither player has been able to find... Oh, energy to the Cram. Okay, interesting. So want to be able to... Well, maybe to the Zekrom would even be decent at that point. Would it? Nah, Zekrom attacking in this matchup is terrible. So wants to be able to retreat the Cram. I like that, I think. It's all right. Double to Comfy would have been fine as well, I think. I don't know. They both feel pretty mid. Double to Comfy feels a little bit better, though, to be honest. I don't know. Double energy on Comfy feels a little bit better. The energy on the Cram feels a little bit off. 110 swing. Here we go. Still, neither player has found Sheesh. We maybe should have seen an ordinary rod first there from James. We maybe should have seen ordinary rod first from James. Or not from James, from Piotr. Ordinary rod wanted like the comfy back and then use the Raikou. Probably should have. Heavy ball coming in from James. Water Psychic. Heavy ball escape rope. Now they know all their prize cards. Gets another cram. Not going to make a huge difference. And then will we see a Colress finally? The answer is no. Escape rope back. Man, if he's going down, James is probably fine with that. Swing for the KO. 1 minute 46 left. 4 prize cards left here for James. Okay, Greninja use from Piotr. And this just concede. Okay. So could have definitely played for a tie. But a tie probably just keeps both of them in top 32. Whereas like a win gives someone top 16. So yeah, I mean, it's not like they're ever going to win this game. Pretty much ever. Neither player found a Colress in game 3. Neither player found a Colress in game 3. That was pretty funny. Yeah, it was interesting that they even streamed this matchup, to be honest, because neither player could even make cut. Wait. They get to 31? No, they weren't making cut. All right, let's move on to top cut. I'm ready. See what our first round is. Milo versus Yoan. I probably got pretty close to getting the names right. Let me pull up the lists, but it's probably nothing too special. A lot easier to find out than just top cut players. Milo versus Yoan. Barzek. Zek. Barzizak. I read it initially like Berserker. Barzizak. All right, so nothing too interesting in the Lugia list besides, of course, Milo's Vikavolt. I'm not going to call it Vikavolt anymore. We're calling it Vikavolt. Prize cards. Nothing too important. I'm not going to talk about the Lugia mirror match too much. It's a little bit of a weird matchup. We do have Milo going first. Opens the Dunny. There is the Raikou in the list for Yoan, but it is prized. The prize card is a lot of Pokemon search prize for Yoan. A lot of supporters prize for Milo. I don't know who that favors, to be honest. I have no clue. Charizard being prized. Not great, but it is in the first 2 prize cards, so you're going to see it before it becomes super relevant. I wonder if the Vikavolt actually even matters in this matchup. It is a lightning. Another lightning attacker can't hurt. And you also, the Zapdos almost feels like the better of the lightning attackers, to be honest. Like, the Raikou's obviously great, but then, like, the Zapdos almost feels like it's better than Vikavolt. I don't know, though. But I guess you could, like, Paralyzing Bolt, KO Dunsparce. And then, maybe that's the goal, is you go Paralyzing Bolt, KO Dunsparce, your opponent's Dunsparce. And then you go Electric Bolt. I don't know. It's just like more lightning dudes in the deck, I guess. I have no clue. All right, pass over to Yoan. Gets the cap for the Lugia. No chops in the discard pile, though. So this is one of those early game situations for Yoan where it's like, you don't really want to put 2 Lugia Vs in play, but you might put them in play. You don't want to put 2 in play. The question you ask yourself is, does Milo have the Gust KO on your Lone Lugia V if you only put 1 in play? But if you go second and your opponent has like a decent start through a research and you put 2 Lugia V in play, you're already at such a big disadvantage that generally I like to try and avoid benching the second Lugia V when you go second, you like to try and avoid benching the second Lugia V whenever you can. When you go first, you usually have to put 1 in play. Gets chops, quick ball of chops. Probably gonna grab a Lugia V. Nope, gonna grab a Lumineon and take it back. And especially because you could grab a Marnie here too. So you'd be putting Milo down to a 4-card hand. Yeah, so I would never put 2 Lugia V in play in this situation. Yeah, I would never put 2 Lugia V in play in this situation. If Milo has the nuts off of the what's it called, then you just give it to them. Yeah, you just give it to them. If they got it, good for them. Does Milo play Zapdos? Yeah, they do. They do have the Zapdos. So you can go like Zapdos plus Vikavolt, KO Dunny, and then Zapdos plus Choice Belt KOs Lugia after that, or KOs Lugia V. Another Evolution Incense for chops. Let me see a quick ball away. The chops. Probably gonna grab Guru. No, he's gonna grab it. I don't like the second Lugia V grab. See, I think you just take the risk here. I think you just take the risk here as Yoan and be like, you don't have. I just margined you to 4-0 chops in your discard pile. You do not have Gust KO my Lugia V. And if they have it, that's kind of not very nice. But I'm pretty sure Milo did not put any chops in the discard pile turn 1 and still has yet to get a chops in the discard pile off this quick ball. So I think it's actually a pretty big misplay here from Yoan to bench the second Lugia V. And now, because now Milo can be really aggressive, and I think Milo should go for a Stoutland knockout because there's so many 2-prize Pokemon in play here for Yoan that you can kind of force the 2-prize back and forth pretty aggressively here, I feel like. So you can do that, or you could attack with like Luminion. To be honest, Luminion KO Dunsparce is good, but I think Stoutland KO here is pretty good. Usually. But we see a powerful in the discard pile and a powerful go to the Lugia. The powerful attachment is weird from Milo because that means you can't attach Aurora if you draw into Aurora to use Aurora to discard a chops. And the draw there does not look very good. Yeah, this draw looks mid. There's like a bunch of Ultra Balls, but yeah, this draw sucks. I don't think you can never get double chops here. You're never getting double chops. Did you just pass? I feel like you would just pass. You're never getting double chops in the discard pile. I think I would just pass. Yep, there it is, I think. No, yep, no, yep. Pass. See, this is why Yoan should not have benched double Lugia. Like, the chance that Milo ever had the play, it was just never happening. You just never do it. I really did not like Yoan. Yeah, I think Yoan, that was a huge mistake, I think, from Yoan to bench the second. Oh, and actually, Milo got the Collapsed Stadium in play as well, which punishes that play even harder. When did this Collapsed Stadium hit the field? Was that last turn? I think it was last. It had to be last turn. The Collapsed Stadium punishes like the second Lugia V even harder. There's a retreat. Are we just gonna see a Read the Wind? Let's see what Milo has. Cap. You got to take nothing here if you want the chops. Before the research. Okay, that's what I thought. Gets a second Lugia V. Are we seeing the wind get red? It's interesting to see the capture not go down to Luminion. Wait. Yeah, it's interesting to see the capture not be put on the Luminion if we're going to read the wind here. I think some wind is getting red, though. It would be awkward for Johan to actually attack with a... Actually, it's almost impossible. If Johan doesn't have, like, Vacuum. Once again... Yeah, if Johan didn't bench the second Lugia V, though, you could still have gotten double chops out this turn for Johan. But went ahead and benched that second Lugia V. Man, this hand is good. Man, this is incredible. This is incredible. Does have the attack with Luminion to get that out of play, though, finally. Has built it up over 3 turns. Impressive. 120 to Milo's Lugia. Milo also only has 1 bench space as well, and you can't create a new bench space with the Pumpkaboo, so... There's the Evolution Incense. It's the Archeops. The Chops. Ultra Ball. Lugia V-Star. Will they settle for solo Chops, though? Or do they have the Vacuum in hand? That'd be a nutty play if they have the Vacuum in hand. Gives up an Aurora. So I think quite a bit of energy has already bit the dust here for Milo. But, I mean, Yoan is also like dead drawing, so. Oh, so I think we're going to see attack with... well, we could see the attack with the Lugia V, or we could see Milo retreat and attack with Luminion as well. But once again, it's only in a solo Chops situation. Which would be a pretty bad spot if Yoan gets double Chops. Oh, Marnie. Okay. Vacuum? Vacuum draw would be big here for sure. If not, I don't know what you do. Maybe you just read the wind again. Run to done and pass. This is such a weird game. All right, Johan, your time to strike is now. But really, like, you don't want to attack it because you don't want to open up a bench space. Neither player wants to open up a bench space for the other one. So it becomes like a battle of who draws vacuum first. But Johan would have been fine. Johan would have been fine if Johan just didn't bench a second Lugia V. Like, once again, I keep coming back to that because it was such a big mistake. Because then Johan could have done something this turn like attach this here, bench Stoutland, chops, chops. So chops, chops, Lugia V-Star, Stoutland, Stoutland, draw 2 prize cards. And then Johan would be in a great spot. But because of this board state, Johan's like, if I put out, if I put out the double chops, then I have to attack with Lugia, but then I'm setting up with the first 2 prizer, which always sucks. But Milo is down a lot of energy, so maybe attacking with the first 2 prizer here as Johan's just not that big of a deal. Also, Johan's hand, I think, is just actually dead, so. Back over to Milo. Riveting gameplay. See an Ultra Ball happening. Probably just going to grab the second Lugia V-Star. I mean, the other one is damaged, but you may as well evolve it, I guess. I can't come up with a reason why you wouldn't evolve it. Yeah, once again, Milo's digging for the vacuum very hard. Johan doesn't need to get a vacuum very hard. Like, Johan doesn't need the vacuum. Johan could go double chops, attack first with the first 2 prizer, I think. Because Milo is down so many energy. Research also loses Yveltal now. I don't see the vacuum. My goodness. There's a capture to the Dunny. The capture on the Dunny is interesting if you're not attacking this turn. Dude, what is this game? Yo, appreciate the 58 months there, Dougie. Oh, okay. Over to Johan. Oh my gosh, just for a read the wind? Disgusting. All right, read the wind. Get rid of a boss. That's interesting. Boss is really good when your opponent's potentially going into a solo chops. Milo had evolution instance last turn and didn't play it, which is interesting. But I don't know if there was any evolution Pokemon in the deck. When did Milo bench the second Lugia V? Did it make sense when Milo did it? It probably had to. Appreciate the 3 months there, Ocean. How'd the Lugia even get 120 on it? Luminion. Luminion was built up eventually and attacked. Okay, the Gust back on the pumpkin. You love to see it. Attach back to Dunsparce. Dunsparce hit for 30. Let's go. Okay, interesting choice to actually. I guess getting it does put on some. You want to put on some form of pressure to make your opponent play the game. What a stupid game, man. How has Johan not found a way to get a Lugia V-Star? That seems absurd. I think Johan has to have seen an option for Lugia V-Star and chose not to evolve one of them to Lugia V-Star, though, at some point. There's just no way Johan did not have it out to a Lugia V-Star this whole time. Yeah, see, there it is. I think Johan is, like, overly stressing about the fact that they have to attack with a 2 prizer first. I think Johan's stressing about that way too much. I think Johan's been misplaying this whole time. Like, not... They do have 3 outs. Yeah, but the deck plays, like, 10. I think Johan's, like, too concerned with, like, oh my gosh, I have to attack with a Lugia this turn if I want to attack. Like, I don't think it's that... I think Johan thinks that's a bigger deal than it actually is. I think attacking with a Lugia this turn is just fine for Johan. And would have been for like the last 2 turns. With how much energy and attackers Milo has discarded at this point, like I think it would have been fine. It's been fine for Johan to have actually been more aggressive here. Because now you get the V-Guard on the Lugia. I don't even think Milo has an answer to a V-Guarded Lugia here. Oh, where's the V-Guard? Did the V-Guard just started earlier? We should probably put another powerful here, though. I don't like this double capture here from Johan. You probably should just load up the caps as well, the powerfuls. Nah, maybe not. Maybe you save the triple powerful for your next Lugia. That's fine, probably. All right, finally Johan swinging. I think they could have been swinging sooner. Should have been swinging sooner. Should not bump the collapsed stadium, so good thing they didn't bump that. Now, what does Milo do? I got no clue, to be honest. You're definitely going to Summoning Star double Archeops here for Milo now. I don't think Milo can one-hit KO. I hate it when both players stop and look at the judge, because then I feel like something happened wrong. I don't think Milo can one-hit KO this Lugia, though. All right, there we go. Milo scoops it up. Yeah, see, this is why I think Johan should have been more aggressive. I don't think Milo ever had, like, I think the more time you gave Milo, the worse it possibly got for Johan. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's always fine for Johan to sit there and one-chops. Or yeah, maybe you do just sit there and you wait for Milo to put on some kind of pressure at all, like the Dunsparce, and that's when you, like, go in as a response. So maybe it was fine for Johan to just do nothing. It did work out. But just because it worked out doesn't mean it was correct. I think at that point, it was probably fine for Johan to have swung when they did. After, like, Yveltal had been discarded and stuff. But I think there was turns before that where Johan could have actually been fine as well. That game was bizarre. Yeah, I mean, that's what Clap Stadium will do. Clap Stadium will make things weird. All right, Milo going first. Johan opened Raikou. Powerful to the active is not great, but sometimes you got to do it. And over to Johan. Has their own Lugia. Aurora to discard Boss. The Aurora on the active is not good here. I don't like that at all. And did they quick ball away Charizard? Could have benched Charizard and put Aurora on Charizard. Or Heat Energy on Charizard. All right, this is some trolling from Johan. You have to assume your Raikou is getting knocked out next turn. Why are we setting up our Raikou? This is another question from Johan. Do you bench the second Lugia V? Milo put zero Archeops into the discard pile turn one. No, discard the Heat Energy. Okay. Why is playing Aurora even that big of a deal? Yeah, I don't know if I like... And then research the Charizard? I don't know. All right, let's talk about this for a little bit. I mean, attaching in general is not even that good, because then you don't get to draw into Aurora Energy to discard Archeops. You are going first, though, and have a little bit more time. Discarding Charizard, I think, has to be incorrect. That seems bad. We're not discarding Charizard, we're benching Charizard. If we're benching Charizard, we attach to Charizard over Raikou. And with Milo having zero Archeops in the discard pile, I usually don't like to bench the second. If your opponent has zero Archeops in the discard pile, unless you just got a feeling that they have the nuts, the reason it's so important to put Archeops in the discard pile literally whenever you can against a deck that plays Marnie, because if they play Marnie, now you have zero Archeops in your discard pile. So if Milo could have put Archeops in the discard pile reasonably, they would have. The fact that they didn't means they probably couldn't. And if they can't, they could always top deck out of it, of course. But I feel like as Johan here, you just don't bench a second Lugia. I don't bench a second Lugia feels so bad. And losing Charizard also feels bad to me. I don't like the Charizard ditch there. We'll see. Maybe Milo did have the Gust play. Yveltal. Nope. No Gust play. It's a Serena for 5. You see, that's why I really don't like the... Johan scoop game 1? No. Milo scoop game 1. I really don't like the second Lugia bench there. Also, losing Charizard I think is really, really bad. But benching second Lugia is just, it feels bad. That feels really bad. Like, and it feels like Johan's playing this, like, Johan's trying to, like, have the best of all worlds, right? Johan's like, oh, if they whiff the knockout, then my Raikou survives. And my Raikou survives, and attaching its energy to Raikou is pretty good. But then it's like, well, what if Johan's that? But Johan's also like, well, if they don't whiff the knockout, and if they don't with the knockout and have the Gust plus Gust KO on my Lugia V-Star, then I need second Lugia V. It's like, I don't know, you can't play around everything all the time, because then you get spread so thin, right? You're like attaching your energy to the active. Now you have two prizers in play. You discarded your Charizard to like play around them not KOing your active plus getting Clap Stadium in play instead of benching your Charizard. I don't know. Like, if you just bench Charizard, don't bench second Lugia V, attach to Charizard, just feels better overall. This feels like you're playing around everything, but when you play around everything, you play yourself into like... You play around everything that would like be instantly game losing. I don't know. Doesn't feel good. Big whiff there though from Milo. Let's see if Johan can punish. There's no chops in the discard pile for Johan right here. So it could be tough. It's a Bird Keeper into a Lugia. Yeah, that's not good. There was a possibility for Johan to kind of just blow Milo out of the water though, which is like Raikou Choice Belt, knockout that, knockout Yveltal. Could have been ugly. Let them KO lone Lugia V. Not that, but kind of that, yeah. All right, probably should see the Manaphy grab here from Johan. We do see that is not setting up for a Read the Wind, though, which is curious to me that they wouldn't Read the Wind here and put the capture on the active. Maybe they don't have an Archeops in the hand. They don't have... No, they do have an Archeops in the hand. This is trolling. Why are we not reading the wind? There's so much wind to be read. There's wind. Why are we not reading the wind here? That's definitely a big mistake from Johan. There's an Archeops in the hand. Once again, getting Archeops in your discard pile is huge. So that way, if you get Marnied, you have Archeops in your discard pile. But Johan's like, nah. What about no? The wind definitely... There should have been some wind reading happening there. Capture to the active. Get the Manaphy. There was an Archeops in that hand. I saw it. Read the wind. All right. Milo, what you got? Hopefully, finally a knockout on the active. I would love to see some kind of action going down. And then probably needs to try and find Manaphy as well to protect the bench. Lone chops? We're lone chopping? Lone chopping. And I believe Milo's down 2 gust effects as well. Does Milo play the V-Guard? I'm actually curious. Let's find out. Milo does not play the V-Guard energy. I could go gust knockout, but it would be their last gust, I believe. Manaphy and has the gust KO. Okay, so Johan not only needs to get 2 chops in the discard pile, but also finds another Lugia V. Has to find another Lugia V-Star. And the Manaphy in the bench for Milo as well is pretty good. I think Johan should have sent up the Lugia here though to get the V-Star and go for the knockout. Because I mean the Yveltal can happen from Milo, but it's not that. I mean it's pretty reasonable that the Yveltal does happen for Milo. To be honest, I think Johan's hand is dead, but to their own doing. Because once again, they had Archeops in hand and did not. Well, okay. There might not be an Archeops in their hand, but even if there's not, you definitely just read the wind there if your hand's dead. Like, you always read the wind there. Okay. Turns out, Johan's got that draw pass. But they chose to not read the wind. Let me make that very clear. They chose to not read the wind. That was a choice. Pretty big mistake as well. All right, so now Milo is like set up enough that the 1 chops shouldn't hurt too much. I think Milo will be able to navigate this with solo chops from here on out. Should be just fine. There's a knockout. Lugia send up from Johan. Has a research, but also has a ton of good cards in the hand. So I don't know if you want to research those, but this is going to happen. Energy to the bird. There's the chops. Oh, there was the chops. Milo's like, gimme. Let me take a look. All right. It's possible for Johan to maybe get a knockout with the Yveltal on the active or with the Lugia. But here we go. Game 3. All right. Interesting back-to-back games of Lugia there. Very entertaining. See how this third game plays out. Hopefully it's as entertaining as the last 2 were. I'm just going to go ahead and click ahead. Okay, what are we looking at? I'm going to go backtrack a little bit. One more. Okay. Prize cards. Yveltal prize. Dunsparce prize for Johan. Not great, especially with so many lightning attackers in the deck for Milo. Milo opens the Zapdos. Guru start a little bit better here for Johan. And the opening hand, I can't tell too much about what's going on. Ultra Ball away. The chops. Let's go. Good start. Probably going to grab another chop. We could see double chops in the discard pile here. Could see double chops in the discard pile here for Johan. A little prize checking here. Yep, double chops on the way. I'm curious to see what the other card, because they could have. I think Johan has the energy in hand. I think Quick Ball's coming down now. It's interesting to not keep the capture there. But I guess you want to play around Collapse Stadium a little bit, so you don't want to like overextend your bench too much off the rip. Especially if it's like if it's a powerful in the hand, you'd rather attach the powerful than the capture in this situation. I think for sure. There's a little mini in the hand for Johan as well. Let's see what the next play is though. Oh, it's a powerful. Yeah, that makes sense. And then Primate Wisdom, play around Marnie. I like it. And Payish. See what Milo's got. Evolution Incense. We have yet to see. It's funny because usually we're always talking about the Lugia player having like double chops, Ultra Ball in the opening hand. Now we have not seen. We have not seen either. I don't know if we've seen either player have that in the opening hand. No, Milo maybe had it in one of the opening hands, but it was in that game, the first game, which is really weird. All right, Ultra Ball loses the pumpkin, which is fine. Johan doesn't play Path or anything. Gets rid of 1 chops. And where there's 1 chops, they're at least looking for the second chops. You think he was thinking about playing overhead collapse there? I don't know. Maybe. All right. There's research getting rid of research Serena and the second chops. And the draw from Milo. Johan definitely wants to be a little bit scared of the potential, or Milo wants to be a little bit scared of the potential of Johan pulling off like a turn 2 Gust knockout. Yeah, you want to be a little bit scared of it happening. Might risk it to just not bench a second Lugia V, though. Second Lugia V makes its way down. It's probably correct to bench second Lugia V as well. It probably is just correct. All right, Johan has a Luminion. So Ken Luminion here. And goes with Marnie instead. Or has the Marnie, so it goes with Marnie over Luminion. So it definitely had a draw support is what I was meaning to say. I just didn't say it. I wouldn't have hated to see Johan play Luminion, maybe to get a research, but to make that the attacker return and send up Guru. I guess in how much HP does the Zapdos have? The Zapdos is like really awkward to knock out for Johan, to be honest. Like, you don't like, how do you knock this thing out? Like, it would have been nice to attack with Luminion, to be honest. Like, it would have been nice to go Luminion, knockout, send up Guru. You could put triple powerful on Guru, but that feels terrible. You could attack with Lugia, but that feels terrible. You could just not KO it this turn and just set up some energy and play on like your Lugia and then pass. I wouldn't hate to see that, to be honest. Yeah, knocking out the Zapdos feels so costly. Like, it's if Milo doesn't have the return knockout on your Lugia, it's like, okay, it's not that bad. But if Milo has the return knockout on your Lugia, this feels like such a costly attack to KO a Zapdos. I almost feel like Johan should have benched. Yeah, I almost feel like Johan should have benched the Luminion and like attached to Luminion instead before playing the Marnie, and then tried to retreat into Luminion, attack with Luminion, get the KO, send up Guru again. Because leaving a 2-prize on the active here does not feel right at all from Johan. This feels wrong. Even on your bench to really respond to a Lugia as well from Johan. You don't have Yveltal on your bench. I mean, you can get it. Like, Yveltal is actually prized here from Johan. You don't have Charizard for the Charizard Choice Belt. You don't have second Lugia potential. Like, I don't know, man. This does not feel good. Milo immediately with the Ultra Ball does get rid of Chops and Dunny. So it gets rid of the Dunny. But I guess with Manaphy on the bench for Milo, you're probably pretty safe. You don't have bench space for Dunny anyways. Chops are in. The Yveltal is already here. See, this is what I was talking about. Like, is this worth, like, I don't know. And if you wait as Johan, Milo would need V-Star Gus. Like, you leave Milo's bench at Manaphy, whatever the active was, Zapdos in the active, Lugia, like Johan's bench or Milo's bench would have been weird. Like, it would have been hard for them to have like Gust. I don't know. And then you force, I don't know. This just feels weird to have done that attack from Johan, to be honest. Like, it feels like this is happening like too often. From Milo. Like, just the return knockout is going to happen too often to make you want to make that attack as Johan. Like, it just feels like maybe just wait. Should have benched Luminion to attack with Luminion. I think should have benched Luminion is what Johan should have done. I don't hate using the Marnie there, but probably should have benched Luminion. What do you do now? I don't know what you do. I mean, now you attack with Luminium. Now you attack with Luminion for sure, right? You can also Stoutland for 2. No, Stoutland for 2 is not that good because you're just feeding 2/2, and then you're just like still behind on the price trade. Stoutland for 2. No, Stoutland for 2 is actually not that bad, to be honest. I don't know if there's 4 powerful left. I don't think there is, so you can't do that. So it has to be Luminion attack. The one problem with this attack, though, for Johan is you're loading up a lot of energy on your Luminion. So it would be a good... It's like a... you're losing a powerful as well. Is that bad? Maybe it's not that bad at this point. You don't want to. Yeah. So the problem with this, though, is Johan's going to be out of energy in play. There's going to be 0 energy in play. You are going to attack with Luminion and send up Guru. But if Milo has a boss here, Milo can go boss KO Archeops. I mean, did we not get a supporter off the Luminion? Okay, there's a research. Cool. Benching that, I don't know. Do you ever bench that Lugia there? Probably not. You need to bench something, but we need an attacker here for Johan. There's no good attackers. I mean, the Yveltal's prized, but yeah, if there's a boss here for Milo, I think the game just ends with the boss, basically. We'll see if Milo has it. Does Milo have boss? Milo also has Raikou, I guess. Could attack with Raikou here. What else does Milo have? Has Vikavolt. Doesn't seem great. Has Stoutland. If there's 4 power, no, there's a powerful prize. has Luminion. I guess you just Luminion here as Milo if you don't have Boss. But if you have Boss here as Milo, you always, I think, chase the chops and knock it out with Lugia. Then there's like small potential for a return knockout. The attack with Raikou here is like weird. It's not really that efficient because like the 120 you're putting on the bench is probably not going to get overly utilized, but it is a one prizer you're attacking with for the turn instead of your Lugia, so you can't get Charizarded, like Charizard Choice Belted. So I guess that's good, but oh, we're actually just going to see an Archeops attack here from interesting. Okay, so Milo's going to commit to attacking with Archeops. Actually, super interesting. Ooh, and only one Aurora to the bench Raikou. Ooh, we better see an attachment for turn to one of these Lugias from Milo. Otherwise, it could get weird to chain attackers from here. That's actually... No, there's not, actually. Okay. So this doesn't feel too bad for Johan, then, because Johan can now go KO Chops. Does Johan still have a Manaphy? I forget if Johan's Manaphy is in play or not. I always like to shout out Snorlax whenever I can. This would have been a situation where it's really good to attack with Snorlax as Milo if Milo played it. Milo doesn't play it, but this would have been a really good Snorlax attacking turn. I always like to give Snorlax their props whenever they would have been good in the Lugia mirror. All right, Johan put down Stout. Is that Johan's attacker for turn? That's so bad. It's not that bad, actually. It is bad, but it's actually not that bad because Milo probably has a decent response into the Stoutland, to be honest. Actually, Milo could attack with Lugia into the Stoutland. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, so Milo can just respond probably with a Lugia attack. There should be a double turbo left in Milo's deck. Yeah, so this is just like literally Johan running out of attackers or not really being able to find attackers. Like I said, I thought Johan should have benched a Lugia V like 2 turns ago. I think Johan should have benched a Lugia V, but instead they chose to discard it. This has led to them attacking with a Stoutland instead of potentially a Lugia V-Star. And with how the game... oh, wait, and they're chasing Manaphy. Whoa! Does that ever make sense? That's crazy right there. Oh, they get 2 prize cards. Maybe that does make sense. So you get 2. So then if Milo attacks with a Lugia... Okay, no, this makes sense. Boss for 2. Now if Milo attacks with Lugia, you can win by KOing Lugia. Okay. I did not expect that play, but then it happened. I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so what are we looking at here for Milo then? Marnie. Okay. Marnie and then KO Stoutland with Charizard, right? Marnie KO Stoutland with Charizard, and then win with Lugia. Okay, but this keeps 2 chops in play for Milo. Like, how does Milo ever lose here then? You have to ask yourself that as Johan. It's like, okay, if I do this play as Johan, and I go Gust Knockout, what is Milo's play? And how do you, as Johan, you would need Charizard, Choice Belt, Gust to force a Lugia into the active. Because you should know that Milo's response to you attacking with Stoutland is going to be Charizard. Or at least they're going to try and make it Charizard. So then, maybe they Marnie you, maybe they don't. So I guess if Johan maybe just had Choice Belt, Charizard, Gust in hand, Johan could be like, well, if they put Charizard in play, they can't Luminion for Marnie. And then maybe it's just unfortunate that Milo had the Marnie in the hand. That could have been it. That could have been reasonable, to be honest. You appreciate the 33 months there, franchise. I think that's maybe reasonable from Johan then. If Johan had that play in hand, it was just like, all right, let's do it. Because you do want to kind of bait the Lugia into the active, or force the Lugia into the active from Milo as well. And it's also possible you could just bet on the Charizard being prize. But if Milo has the cards, Milo, I guess, always wins here then, pretty much. Unless you literally Marnied Johan into the Choice Belt Charizard Gust. Be a lot, though. That'd be a lot to just give them. So Milo just needs to make sure that they can attack with a Lugia on the next turn, and they should just win. If they can attack with Lugia next turn, the game should just be over. Both Lugias are tapped. If the Charizard gets reset, Milo still wins. Is it possible that Milo maybe... It might be possible that Milo can't retreat Charizard and attack with a Lugia in the same turn. Is that possible? Double Turbo active. Search out. Yeah. You'd have to draw into... No, maybe it's not that unlikely. No, it's still probably pretty likely that Milo can do it. Like, one play I could see here for Johan would be to bench a... you can't even send up Lugia V, though, because then you lose to... Lugia V gets KO'd by Raikou. I guess you'd have to count their Auroras remaining, and then hope. Milo also plays 2 Speed Lightning as well, though. So the Raikou's probably online for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like going back to that turn where Johan... I think if Johan had KO'd Archeops, it still felt a little bit better, to be honest, instead of going for the boss KO and Manaphy. But I guess, once again, it goes back to, did Johan just have the response play in hand? If Johan just literally had Charizard Choice Belt Gust, maybe it was fine. Maybe it was fine. Raikou bench from Johan. Evolution Incense. All right, what's the attack? I think Johan's gonna leave the... Try and leave the Charizard trapped here. Now do you... Now do you KO the Raikou of Milo's, or do you just leave it? Is the question. Because if you KO it, you give Milo access to the minion. I don't think you want to KO it here. Yeah, I don't think you're KOing it here. Doesn't sound very good. Ultra Ball happening. Thinking about Manaphy. You could put down Manaphy to stop Milo from winning with Raikou. I think Milo probably always just has game in hand, or game with beat up to retreat plus attack, but we'll see. Manaphy into research. Needs an Aurora energy still, actually. Actually, even attack with the Raikou. If you're not attacking with Raikou here, you're definitely losing. Well, I guess you could next turn go Choice Belt Raikou attack, KO Alugia. Okay, there's the pass. So that's fine if you have that play. Does Milo have a way to attack? Wait, Milo can just attack with Raikou still now, though, into the Archeops. Oh, or with Archeops into the... This is just always over, yeah. I was, like, trying to come up with... Oh, wait, Milo has 1 prize card. Never mind. I thought Milo had 2. No, I always knew Milo had 1 prize card. Yeah, there's just too many outs. There was too many outs there for Milo, for sure. I think there was, like, some different plays that could have happened, though. We talked through them. That could have... Johan could have done differently, though. There was definitely some different stuff Johan could have done. I definitely think they had a couple different things they could do. They put Milo on again? What was the other top 4 match? Why did we get Milo again? Dude, another Lugia mirror? Let's go. Wait, what was the other top 4 match? Why did they give us the Lugia mirror again? I'm kind of tilted. What was the other top 4 match? Or did they stream both top 4 matches? They maybe streamed both top 4 matches. Which in that case, it's like, okay. I'll allow it. We still let they put Milo on again immediately, though. Other top 4 match was Arctur versus Goo, I think. Wait, did they not stream? Dude, I'm tilted if they didn't stream both top 4 matches and they gave us back-to-back Lugia mirrors. That's a production L. All right, more Lugia mirror action. Let me keep around Milo's list, and then I'm going to pull up Edwin's list. Let's see if they got anything spicy. Their list is super vanilla. The most vanilla of lists. All right. Let's run it up. 2 chops priced for Milo. Not great. Besides that, the prize cards are like fine. And the choice belt, I guess. The choice belt being prized could also be a something. Pumpkin start for Edwin. Not great. It opens up the possibility of a potential Stoutland in the early game. A pretty bad hand. Has to go with the Vikavolt plus Speed Lightning. Edwin probably confuses the rest of us. What is the Vikavolt doing in the deck? All right. Nothing super important. Yeah, nothing super important prize on I think Edwin. Yeah, Milo only plays 1 choice belt. So the choice belt being prized could be a big deal. It's not in the first couple prize cards either. So like Raikou choice belt, Charizard choice belt's like not an option in the early game here at all. There's the chops. Ooh, finally. I've been waiting for this, bro. The Ultra Ball away double chops turn 1, baby. Let's get it. Dude, I've been waiting for this. Let's go. This is my favorite part of the Pokemon TCG. Let's get it. We could even see the Guru come out here from Milo to protect the V-Star. So we could see capture to the active from Milo. Get Guru, Primate Wisdom, the V-Star on top of the deck. You can also just see powerful active. Oh no, we've already attached with the Speed Lightning. I'm sorry. Can't do any of that. I take it back. Yo, is Edwin got it? Let's get it! Edwin has it as well. Let's go. Double chops to the discard pile. All right, I do think Edwin, you definitely want to get, definitely want to get second Lugia V here. So this is the situations when you go second and your opponent has double chops to the discard pile, you definitely want 2 Lugia Vs off the rip. It's a little bit awkward for Edwin with the hand. Huh. The reason that they did back-to-back Lugia mirrors is because they want to feature Edwin. They say it on the broadcast. That's not a good enough reason, in my opinion. They definitely should have streamed the other match. Gets rid of the vacuum. I don't know if Edwin knows about Milo's collapsed stadium. They might be regretting that as soon as next turn, to be honest. Yeah, Edwin probably does not know about Milo's collapsed stadium. I don't know what the other option was to discard there. The Stoutland? Bro, ditch the Stouty, bro. Wait, I'm so confused. No. Yeah, ditch the Stoutland there for sure. Save that vacuum. But Edwin doesn't know about the collapse, so it's reasonable, I guess. Overall, I like the play so far. Double Lugia. Yeah, I still got to put down the second Lugia for sure. And then pass. Oh, my bad. Evolution Incense. The other matchup was Goo versus Arctura. That was such a better matchup to put on than another Lugia mirror. That's just incorrect. You have the same player on twice in Milo. And it's possible you stream Milo 3 times then, because if Milo wins, then you stream the finals with Milo. And then you're streaming the exact same matchup back to back. You 100% stream the other match. There's 100% of production L for sure there. Like no, there's no way that isn't. It's got to be. I refuse to hear otherwise. All right, the Lugia V-Star is out for Milo. Double chops, and we're chopping up quickly here. I'm curious to see what Milo actually goes for as far as... Actually, attacking with... Is Vikavolt ever a good attacker here? You KO the pumpkin and you item lock Edwin. Is that ever the move? Let's see what Milo fully goes for here. I'm curious now, because that could be a groove. Oh, looks like we're attacking with the Lugia here. Just swinging through. Milo does not play the V-Guard energy. That might hurt him here. We'll see. Still has to attach for turn. Ooh, the powerful's out. And just a swing, that's it. Okay, over to Edwin. Lugia up. And I believe had an Evolution Incense in hand. Probably a misplay, though. Oh, no. Edwin did play the Evolution Incense. Okay, the V-Star's in the hand. I was going to say, probably a misplay to have not played it last turn. Looking okay for Edwin, though. I'm liking where this is going for Edwin, to be honest. Has an Ultra Ball in hand, but going to get this first KO on this Lugia. Gives up their Raikou. Seems fine. Gets the second Lugia V-Star. Okay. I like it. Double chops out. And I would like to see Edwin go get... Yes! Let's go. Go get your energy right now. Do they play Dunsparce? I assume they do. Actually, they Ultra Balled and then didn't get Dunsparce. So now the Vikavolt could knock out the Lugia. I don't know if I like that. Also, the V-Guard energy is not that good here because... Yeah, also the V-Guard energy doesn't make any sense here at all. You shouldn't get the V-Guard here because it's not... There's no second Lugia that's coming up to knock this thing out. You should get like a... I don't know, a capture or something. Yeah, the second V-Guard is not correct here. You never know what's going to come up in the later game to be like better, so... My friend Darian thinks Vikavolt is BAF followed by Duraludon Thoughts. I mean, for someone to be right, someone has to be wrong. It sounds like it's Darian. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't Ultra Ball for Dunsparce here as Edwin. That seems interesting. More useful to draw than V-Guard. I mean, but just get something else. So, like, save the V-Guard for a later scenario, I think. Yeah, the V-Guard's, like, really good to then stop, like, Luminion looping your Pokemon or something. Or V-Guard on Yveltal stops Vikavolt from knocking it out. Like, you just definitely save the V-Guard here. Putting the V-Guard out here is actually just cringe. And also, not Ultra Balling for Dunsparce is also cringe. So, unless Edwin just has the Dunsparce in hand, which is also possible. Doesn't have the Dunsparce in hand. Dude, if we don't get Dunsparce here, Dude, they didn't get the Dunsparce. Yeah, Ultra Balling for not Ultra Balling for Dunsparce here is like, that's just really bad. That's just really bad. No collapse in play. Yeah, I mean, they could have done it. They just chose not to. Definitely a mistake. Yeah, definitely should have saved the V-Guard there as well. There's like some like weird late game shenanigans you can do to stop Luminion from like looping your Pokemon. gonna be the Vikavolt send up here from Milo. Maybe you don't put the Dunce. No. So you're gonna go down to 3 prize cards here for Milo. So actually, Milo is ahead on the prize exchange with how many 2 prizes are in play here for Edwin. With all the 2 prize Pokemon in play here for Edwin, Milo is up on the trade. So Milo can go knockout, go to 3. Edwin goes knockout, goes to 2, and then Milo goes knockout, go to 1, or knockout, go to 2, and then Gust KO. So Milo's up on the trade right now. Man, Vikavolt having to discard 2 energy to attack kind of sucks, though. That's kind of silly. I don't like that. Let's see what else Milo has. Did Milo use both chops there? No, right? Okay, attach to the chops to make it a pivot. And knockout. Okay, so this would be a perfect turn, I think, from Edwin. Because you already know as Edwin, like, the way Milo's going to play this is... It's weird, because if Edwin chases this chops here... If Edwin can chase this Archeops with, like, their own Archeops, I think that would be the play here from Edwin, to go Archeops... Dude, where's the Dunsparce? Man, where's my man Dunsparce here? That was such a big mistake from... Dude, Edwin plays Dunsparce, right? Hey, let me make sure. Why didn't Edwin get Dunsparce? With that Ultra Ball. That just doesn't make any sense ever, right? Yeah, Edwin threw by not Ultra Balling for Dunsparce there. Like, threw really bad. Like, really bad. If Dunsparce was in play here, how do you ever lose as Edwin? Like, you don't. That's the answer. You don't. So from this situation for Edwin, I think Charizard KO, or if you have Boss Archeops KO Archeops, I think that's pretty good here from Edwin. If you have back-to-back Boss from Edwin, I think you just win. Because you can go KO Chops, and then if Milo reloads up Vikavolt, attacks with Vikavolt, discards 2 energy, you go Gust KO Chops, and I think you just win from there. Let's see what Edwin actually goes for, though. Oh, well, Edwin actually could go bench Dunsparce +2 it with Lugia as well. Yeah, but Boss back-to-back chops here seems pretty good. But the hand for Edwin is not looking good. There is a Guru, so you can always play on the top deck. Choice Belt to the chops. No Guru bench? Interesting. It's not the best thing ever. What play is Edwin going for here? Also, you know what? To be honest, from Edwin, no, Charizard KO Vikavolt's still not that good, actually. No, it's not even that good. Huh. Oh, I thought we needed the choice belt on the active, but there is a choice belt on the active. Okay. All right, Edwin. What do you got cooking? Evolution Incense. Bro, show me the Dunsparce. Where's the Dunsparce? There it is, bro. There's the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce. Oh. All right, it's fine. We're fine. All right, what do you do here as Edwin? You probably... Oh, so it looks like Edwin has a proxy. It's Radiant Charizard. Okay. Charizard's coming down. You attack with Radiant Charizard here as Edwin? It feels like you should. It doesn't really change your prize trade. I guess you force Milo to need a Gust. Whereas if you attack with the Lugia this turn, Milo might not need a Gust. The only thing I can think about. But I feel like maybe Milo struggles to KO Lugia here, though. So maybe as Edwin, you should attack with Lugia, because Milo will struggle to KO your Lugia. What does Milo have left as attackers? Milo would need Charizard Choice Belt, Zapdos Choice Belt. Oh, no, they could use Yveltal. Milo could use Yveltal to KO the Lugia. So you probably need to go to one prize here as Edwin. Yeah. So I guess the Radiant Zard is the one of choice or whatever. Sure. Interesting that they didn't grab the Heat and then save the Aurora, though. Like, no extra energy loaded up in play at all. Just only 2 energy to Radiant Zard feels weird. All right, down to 2 prize cards for Edwin. But Milo just needs to go KO Charizard and then Gust KO Luminion. Or Gust KO Luminion this turn and then KO Lugia next turn, because Lugia will be the Pokemon that gets sent up. Or Yveltal KO Lugia. Wait. Yeah, Yveltal KO Lugia this turn would be a pretty good play from Milo if Milo has it. If Milo has Gus KO Lugia this turn. Milo probably just wins. We'll see Chops number 2. Chopping it up. One Aurora. There's an Aurora in hand. The pivot is set up with the powerful energy. Is there a Gust? I assume there is. That's why this is happening. And then just needs Charizard to close out the game on the next turn, guaranteed. So if you bench Charizard this turn as well for Milo, you might as well. Heat. Bring the heat. And, yep, Gust on the Lug. And then, yeah, knocks out the Lugia. Down to 1. Did not get a quick ball with the prize card. So now Edwin's only hope is go back in time and Ultra Ball for... Yeah, Edwin's only hope is to go back in time and Ultra Ball for that Dunsparce. That's the only thing Edwin can do at this point. Chopping it up. Luminian can get the knockout, but then you have to run to something big. If Edwin has... I mean, nothing survives Charizard, so that's like what you're playing around here. Nothing survives Charizard, so... Yeah, because you could like theoretically set up your own Lugia, I guess. Yeah, I think Edwin pretty much knows they lose here. Put that back a little bit more. You could set up your own Lugia V. Does that ever... No, Charizard still gets a KO. Yeah, just set up your own Charizard here, I guess is fine. Dude. Could quick ball for Dunsparce. Could quick ball for Dunsparce. Alright, we're going back. Charizard comes up. And then Milo wins with Charizard. Here we go. Chops up. Draw. Or a boss. Like boss double powerful also wins Milo the game. Draw. And it is quick ball. There's the Charizard. All right. Dub for Milo in game 1. We're going to skip the formalities here and just go ahead and get to game number 2. Yeah, I definitely think some mistakes there on the side. Pretty clean from Milo, of course. Milo's been playing super well this whole, pretty much every time. Definitely some mistakes there from Edwin. Let's people these prize cards. Manaphy prize, Luminian prize. How many Luminian? 2 Luminian, though, for Edwin. And on the other side, Lugia V prize. Yeah, nothing really important on either. A double choice belt for Edwin, I guess, actually could be relevant. Like, the reason you play double choice belt is to, like, find your choice belt. So prizing double choice belt's kind of cringe. So I feel for Edwin with that one, to be honest. And open the Yveltal, actually, for Edwin, which is actually pretty bad when you prize your Manaphy. When you prize your Manaphy, you usually want to, like, open Lugia. So that way you don't have to put down anything that can be sniped by the Raikou, and you can prioritize not putting that stuff down. But now it's going to be a little bit awkward for Edwin, because if Edwin, like, attacks with a Lugia, and then Milo has, like, the Choice Belt Raikou play to KO. Well, you know what? This would all involve Edwin forgetting to bench Dunsparce again. So let's just hope Edwin doesn't do that, and then we'll be fine. Doesn't keep the vacuum again, but once again, probably doesn't know about Milo's collapsed stadium. So Milo could get a little bit tricky with that on this turn, potentially. The chops to the hand. I don't believe there's a way to discard it, but I could be mistaken. It does have a capture energy. I don't think it's... Ooh, capture to the Yveltal. That's probably fine, right? Probably doesn't make a big difference. It does get the Guru. I'm not a huge fan of that Guru grab. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Guru grab, to be honest. I don't know. That's kind of clog up the bench, especially when you want to potentially put down Dunsparce or Manaphy. Yeah, I actually really don't like the Guru grab. I think Guru is really bad here, actually. When you want to put down Dunsparce or Manaphy, you just don't have the bench space for that. Ooh, the V-Star over the Luminian? I'm not sure I like that either. If Milo hits him with a Marnie here, it could be devastating. Milo, on the other hand, has got the double chops Ultra Ball. Hey, let's go. All right, love to see it. Needs to get down, probably wants to get down 2 Lugia V, just to be a little bit safe. Yeah, I really don't like that Guru bench there from Edwin. I really don't like it. Of course, we know that Milo has the collapse, which I'm not sure Edwin does. It's possible Edwin does. It's possible. If you start with double chops, I'm calling the cops. Dude, triple chops from Milo, bro. Nobody can stop him. Luminian. Let's see what they grab. 3-card hand from Edwin. I assume it's just going to be a research unless the energy count in the hand is really bad. The fact that Edwin checked their hand again, though, makes me think it is a Marnie. We'll see. All right, see what we got. Yo, the Manaphy's going fast. I'm not sure I like that attachment, though. Little risky here from Milo. Is it that risky? Not really. There's only one chops in the discard pile. Yeah, the chance that Edwin has like evolve, retreat. Ooh, and values the Manaphy over the Charizard. Interesting. Charizard's way harder to deal with though, so I don't hate it. I guess they both get KO'd by Luminion though. It's whatever. So we should see a pretty good turn here from Edwin. Edwin should be able to go knock out the active with is that actually worth it from Milo? Or should Milo just give up the Manaphy? Because they both get KO'd by, I guess Manaphy could get KO'd by Guru. Wait, did Edwin top deck research? Wait, what is that card in the hand? No, it's not. It can't be a research. That makes no sense if it was a research. Dude, was that a research? You appreciate that prime sub there. Shankus? Appreciate it. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Fresh out of Dunsparce, we got plenty of milk. Edwin's got a pretty good turn here, to be honest. Wait, that made no sense for Edwin to... That must have not been a research. That's a lot of energy. Nice. All right. So we want to see the Luminion attack here. Double chops. Luminion goes back to the deck. We push Guru. Yeah, I guess it would stop Guru from attack KOing the Manaphy, which is nice, I guess, on Milo's side. I don't know. Manaphy doesn't feel like it's that good in the mirror match. It feels like it's okay. But maybe it's better than I give it credit for. I'm not really a... What is this deck called? Lugia main, so... Yeah, get the Luminion attack off here. Hey! No! Wait, no, we still got it. We still got it. Okay, I like this. I like this from Edwin. Maybe I would have even put one more energy on the Lugia, though, to be honest. I might have put a powerful there as well. Which is Luminion KO the Charizard still? Minus 20. No, we're still KOing. Okay. Alright, this is fine. I would have maybe put a powerful on the Lugia. Maybe it's not necessary, though. I don't know. You always just want to be careful of your opponent having, like, Gust KO chops. If they have Gust KO chops, then it can be hard to, like, set up your next attack. So, you want to be close as possible to be chilling. All right, over to Milo. Definitely going to be the Luminion back to the deck. So, Edwin's in a pretty good spot here for sure. Based on just, like, the board state, they both have 1-2 prize are in play. So, Edwin, like, as long as the board state maintains for both players, Edwin should win the prize trade. As long as they could eventually Gust KO the Lugia of Milo. And same thing on Milo's side, looking to Gust KO the Lugia of Edwin at some point. Oh, hold up, though. There's no Manaphy in play for Edwin. We could see the Raikou play go down this turn before Manaphy can be used. Oh, Edwin did prize Manaphy. I don't know if there's ever opportunity for Edwin to find the Manaphy. But actually, Milo has a chance to get ahead in the prize exchange right now. I think you have 2 prizes in play for Edwin, or Milo, to be honest. So we'll see what Milo does. You could get the Raikou here and use it as Milo if you can get there, and go KO the active KO Yveltal. But then you're not putting your Luminion back in the deck, so then that means there's 2 prizes in play for you as Milo. You do force Edwin to have the Gusts. But okay. We're cooking. Milo's going for it. And as Edwin here, you probably have to respect the Raikou and knock it out next turn. The question just becomes, what do you knock it out with? I guess my guess would be... I don't know. Oh, a Luminion, yeah. But then what do you send up after that? I don't know. This is once again where, like, Snorlax would be a pretty good attacker, I feel like. I'm just a big Snorlax fan. Yeah, what's the play here for Edwin? If you attack with Lugia, yuck. Then you could get Yveltal, but maybe you risk it here as Edwin. Maybe you risk the Yveltal. And just attack with Lugia and be like, all right. You also could get KO by Choice Belt. I'm pretty sure there's 4 powerfuls left for Milo. I mean, we see one in the prize cards, but... So I'm pretty sure, yeah, the play is just going to be to attack with Luminion here, to be honest. I don't see, like, another play that seems, like, super reasonable. But the thing is, what do you push? So you can do this play as Edwin, but what do you push? After you attack with Luminion, what is going up after it? And does Edwin have a Marnie here? To, like, put all this energy back in the deck. That's why I kind of like the 3 Marnie build a little bit, to be honest. The 3 Marnie. Oh, Edwin does play 3 Marnie. Oh, Edwin's on the 3 boss. I actually like this. The 3 research, 3 boss, 3 Marnie. I actually like that. I think Raz was the first person I saw doing that. Raz was cooking for sure. Maybe you push the Zard here as Edwin. Not touching energy either feels a little weird. I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't know what energy we're left in deck for Edwin, but I feel like Edwin maybe could have thinned out the energy first before using the Marnie. Some of the energy at the very least. Or like, couldn't you attach one of the energy? I feel like Edwin had to attach one of the energy before. Could they have attached maybe? Yeah, I feel like they maybe just got punished here, did not draw into an energy, and now actually can't attack with Luminion. Because they didn't attach an energy before they Marnie, but they definitely could have. Find out. I think they did get punished. Yeah, they're shaking their head. I'm pretty sure Edwin got punished there. You'd love to see it, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. You'd love to see it. So we could just see double turbo plus powerful here to the active to take the knockout maybe then. You maybe have to do that. The Zard load up? Oh, so now we're going to commit to the Zard for the attack. Ugh. Not good. Losing your Zard's never good. There's two prizers in play now for Edwin. So those could be what Milo goes after for the last 4 prize cards here as well. There we go. Zard knockout. Yikes. All right, looking real good for Milo. Milo can also just attack. Milo's just ahead on the prize trade as well now. So Milo could attack with Luminion. You know, just do some 1 prizer shenanigans. And then close it out with a Gust on the Lugia. That could be a little bit hard to get, the Gust on the Lugia, but has like the Vika Vault get the KO, or Zapdos Choice Belts, Charizard Choice Belt. Like there should be enough outs to close it out at the end of the game on the Lugia. But I'm sure you're going to want to try and KO Luminion as Milo as soon as you possibly can. You could even use your own Lugia, to be honest, as well. Like if Edwin doesn't get the KO on your Lugia before you can use your Lugia, then you're kind of chilling. Oh, Milo might be cooking though. Hold up. Milo might have capture for Yveltal, Gust, KO, Lugia. Would you want to do that, though, or would you actually want to KO the Luminion? Capture for Dunny. Okay, so we're definitely attacking with Luminion here and pushing Dunny. Take it back. Should probably set up like 1 energy on the Lugia. Yeah, I like that. Maybe even going to go for 2. No, just 1. Progresses the board state a little bit more. And then push on the Dunny, it looks like. To the active. Oh, push it. Whoa! Wait, does that make sense? Did Milo do this in the last game as well? Does this protect Milo's... This does protect Milo's Lugia fully, right? Maybe that's what's... Let's see how this plays out. Like pushing the Chops feels risky. I don't know, because now Edwin can go KO Chops. Like, I don't know. You go KO Chops with something. I don't know what. Well, now can't Edwin KO the KO Chops plus Marnie? If Edwin has another Marnie here, KO Chops with Lugia. For Stoutland. Oh yeah, also Stoutland can now KO the... Oh, I see what you're saying. Because if you send up the Dunsparce and the Stoutland KOs the Dunsparce. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Now you're right. Yeah. You can't give old Stouty that free swing. But it looks like Edwin does have the boss, so Edwin is going to get the... Then why even bench the Dunsparce? Why even bench the Dunsparce? Why even bench the Dunsparce at that point then? What if you just don't bench Dunsparce and then just push Archeops? Edwin would need Choice Belt, Raikou... Edwin does play the Raikou, right? Edwin could need Choice Belt, Raikou, Gust to KO your Lugia. Maybe might want to play around that. I guess you could KO the Manaphy anyway, so you may as well put the Dunsparce in play to play around the other play, right? Okay, that makes sense. All right, Edwin's going down to 2 prize cards, but I actually don't know how Edwin gets these last 2 prize. Actually, this still doesn't feel that good because now you're putting a 2 prize in your active as Edwin. So now Milo goes Charizard knockout. And then, ooh, setting up the Lugia. Interesting. So if you go Lugia, knock out Lugia. But actually, even then, no, actually, this maybe still just works here for Milo, though. Like, does Edwin actually have a win? Can Edwin actually KO a Lugia? Quick ball here from Milo. Looks like they're going to line up a Luminion. You don't want to put that in play, ideally. You'd want to avoid putting that in play. But going for it, I think it's just going to grab a Marnie and pray. And maybe even has to go for it because they're like too powerful in the hand. Oh, no, goes for a boss. Interesting. What are we bossing here? Loads up 2 on the active. Actually, the active. Another Luminion. No, not Luminion. Another thingy. Chops to Luminion. Are we bossing something here? Oh, is it possible that Edwin is out of Gust effects? Edwin might just be out of Gust effects. Has Luminion in hand, so we're going to find out right now. Or we're going to game 3. Edwin draws. Chops. Powerful, powerful. The dog is loaded. Choice spot. Oh, shoot, you just died. Okay, that works too. I don't know. That felt weird. Could Milo really have done nothing else? There was no other play for Milo to make besides that? I felt like there had to be a different play there besides that from Milo. It doesn't feel like that was the only play from Milo. That didn't feel very good. Yeah, I didn't know the dog swung like that. Does he swing like that? 1, 2. Yeah, he does. Interesting. Maybe it was out of Gust effects, though. Wait, but if they're out of Gust effects... that one didn't feel great for Milo. Like there had to be a better option than that. I'm not gonna overthink it, though. We're going to the next game. All right. And if he prize again for Edwin, Milo going first. Milo only plays 1 Luminion and it is prized. And also, is that both of Milo's Marnies? Both of Milo's Marnies also prized. So Luminion and both Marnies, but double Raikou start with no Manaphy option from Edwin. I don't know how big that's going to be. That could be a big deal, though. So good of a turn 1 Milo has. Capping out. The Lug. Now what? Oh, yeah, that's right. Milo did give up their Zard early. That's right. I remember that now. There we go. Love to see it. Let's go. Yo, what's up, Punch? Appreciate the 63 months. Ultra Ball. Goodbye, double chops. Hello, Lugia, probably. No chops hitting the discard pile from Milo on the first turn. I would like to see Milo not... Or I would like to see Edwin not bench double Lugia V, to be honest. Yeah, I would like to see Edwin not bench double Lugia V. Wait, Ultra Ball for chops. Ultra Ball for chops. We have 2 chops already. 3 chops. Yo, Edwin's just chopping it up. That had to be a mistake, right? Or is there a Lugia in hand? All right, there was already a Lugia in hand. All right, we're chilling. The chops. All right. Ooh, hold on. What if we just didn't do anything? As Edwin there. We had the V-Star in hand. What if we just passed? We could have just passed there, right? I feel like we maybe could have passed there. Maybe it's correct, John. You get more options if you don't pass. But now you have a Luminion in play. Could have not had the Luminion in play. Could have Luminion for boss next turn instead. Oh, what was the setup? So we Ultra Balled, got Luminion. No, we Ultra Balled to get an Archeops. Luminion for research. Bench the V. So Edwin definitely is not benching a second V here because they didn't do it. Interesting. It's possible Milo's just like an Ultra Ball away, though, from having the Gust KO on the lone Lugia V, though. So maybe we should have gone, instead of getting... We maybe should have gone Luminion for Marnie. Be safe. I don't know. I think we had the V-Star in hand. Maybe we could have just chilled. But then you, like, have less options for the next turn. I don't know. Does Milo just have an insane hand, though, to get the KO? It's possible. That's like my thought. Is like, well, what if Milo top decks Ultra Ball here and just literally knocks out your lone Lugia V? I feel like the Marnie's like a lot safer there and basically guarantees Edwin won't walk into that kind of scenario. Because now Milo could have... Oh, Milo's playing so fast. I think Milo has the nuts. I think Milo's cooking. I think Edwin should have got a Marnie there and just been like, you have 0 chops in the discard pile. If I also Marnie you, there's just no shot you have the boss play. But Milo's getting a Guru here, so maybe Edwin's fine. The Raikou play here is still pretty good, though, from Milo. If it just goes KO Raikou plus 120 on the Lugia to make that a little bit easier to knock out later on. Charizard as well. Okay. Squad on the bench. Interesting to actually attach the Aurora beforehand instead of waiting for afterwards. There's the Lugia. Here comes the V-Star. Do have the double chops. And no Manaphy. So, like, but I guess, like, that's why Milo's playing it this way because there is no, not afraid of anything really. Okay, Raiku's gonna do some work. Some Schwisdom. Will the second chop see some action? Maybe like 1 or 2 energy on the Lugia. Could also put like the heat on the Charizard, I guess. Just like to get develop your board a little bit probably. Oh, you're right. Does already have 2 chops in the discard pile. My bad. I thought there was only 1 for some reason. All right. Knockout 120 on Lug. Here comes the Lum to get the KO. Edwin should have the response of, but Edwin is just behind here. Edwin is just behind here. Has the V-Star. Lum back to the deck. And then you need to find Guru here as Edwin, I feel like, to push the Guru for turn. Has Cap in hand, so has everything, to be honest. Edwin's cooking just fine. I don't know. This doesn't feel good for Edwin, though. It feels like you're on the back foot. I almost feel like you want to set up another Lugia. It almost feels like you want to set up a fresh Lugia to put the V-Guard on. But you need to find something to run to for this turn. Yeah, you almost never want to send up the Lugia with 120 on it as well. I mean, you need to get some kind of, like... You need to get a schmuck this turn. You need to get a schmuck to send up. Guru is that schmuck. From Milo here, we have yet to see it in this series, or in either of the Lugia series, to be honest. But the Gust KO on the chops is just like it's not been happening. Like neither player's done it. Yveltal down. I would like to see an attachment to the Yveltal, to be honest. Ooh, Marnie. We could have captured to the Yveltal, right? Yeah, we could have seen capture to Yveltal instead, which I think is stronger here. From Edwin. Capture to Yveltal, I think, is actually the better play. Yeah. This is the play for Milo here, I'm pretty sure, is just Gust KO the chops with the capture. Then it will leave it with 0 energy in play. And then Edwin can't have like a really big turn. Yep. Here we go. So yeah, the play from here from Milo is definitely Gust KO chops, I think. With the energy. There's just 0 energy in play for Edwin to work with. The chops is sent up from Milo. Interesting. Okay. So you might be looking for a chop attack. You chop, set up your Zard as like a response. Maybe you put a couple energy on your Lugia. Or no, maybe you're looking for the Luminian attack here, probably as Milo. Send up your own Guru. I think your own Guru is a good send up. Goes with the Zapdos though. What are we dosing here? Oh, so we are hitting with the chops. Okay. The Zapdos is also getting set up. Wait. Are we attacking with the chops? We are attacking with the chops here, right? We should definitely use another chops, though. Waiting to use the other chops. Why the Zapdos, though? Why the carpet? Apparently the table was damaged, so they had to put something over it. That's why they did that. Did we get nothing off the second chops? We're not setting up anything here? Really? What? That can't be right. Your chops, you're about to lose the chops. What? No way we put 0 energy in play off second chops. What happened? Wait, there's no shot. I was actually surprised to see this chops to attack to begin with. Wait, how many prize cards does Milo have left? 4? The only efficient attacker at this point is Charizard. I guess... No, that feels bad. Maybe it is right, though. All right, what's Edwin doing? I think you just want to KO the Archeops here, but Edwin's setting up the Yveltal, so I feel like Edwin's going to boss KO the Lugia, which I feel like is just not the play here. I feel like as Edwin, you want to KO the Archeops here. I feel like Milo's not giving you the game, but like, I don't know. This seems like a pretty good time to KO your opponent's Archeops. Like Milo still has the Charizard to fall back on as an efficient attacker, but yeah, I don't like this play at all from Edwin. This Gust play is like, just you're playing into the prize trade of Milo. I feel like when someone gives you the chops like this, you gotta take the chops. Like this is not a win condition here from Edwin. Like you're still just losing the prize trade. But except now that Milo can put like 6,000 energy in play next turn and have plenty of attackers for the rest of the game. Yeah, this feels like trolling from Edwin. I think Edwin's throwing here. Oh, we're just attacking with Yveltal. Okay, I like this better. Wait. That's a lot of energy. I don't know. That's a lot of energy. What if we attacked with our own chops? I think we could have maybe attacked with our own chops here and saved the Yveltal to KO the Lugia. Like, maybe load up some energy on the Yveltal, but instead we attack with chops with the chops. That's a lot of energy to lose. And it's like our most efficient way to KO Milo's Lugia, I feel like. Eventually we're going to have to dip in into our powerful energy pool to use our chops to KO other one prizers. I'm not sure I like this. This is a lot of... like I like KOing the chops, but I'm not sure I like KOing Milo's chops with our Yveltal. Yeah, I'm not sure I like KOing Milo's chops with our Yveltal. That's expensive, man. That's a lot. I don't know about that. These Lugia matchups have at the very least been interesting. That's for sure. That's a big investment. I'm pretty sure Milo's happy about that investment. Because the only thing Edwin can do... so Milo's ahead on the prize. Like, the only way Edwin can KO Milo's Lugia is with their own Lugia at this point, I think. If that ever comes up, that means Milo wins a prize trade. So Edwin has to use their Lugia to KO Lugia at the end of the game. The Zapdos bench was also pretty interesting for Milo. But actually, wait, does Zapdos actually increase its own damage? Your basic lightning Pokemon like, except any Zapdos. So Lugia, or the Zapdos is only hitting for 110. I wonder if Milo thinks Edwin doesn't play Dunsparce, because Edwin hasn't showed them Dunsparce yet. So Milo was thinking about using Zapdos as an answer to Archeops, and that's why Milo put Zapdos in play. It's like, okay, I attack with Archeops, they attack with Archeops, I attack with Zapdos into their Archeops, then I attack with Charizard. Yeah, but I think Milo not... okay, now we're seeing the gust here from Milo, so just getting ahead on the prize exchange now, while you can. Seems fine to me. The Lugia is getting set up from Milo as well, and Milo can attack with the Lugia at some point, but doesn't have the efficient attacker of Charizard anymore. So Edwin could go... is there ever a prize trade that works here for Edwin? If Edwin goes knockout Charizard, and then Milo responds with Lugia knockout Archeops, and then Edwin goes Yveltal knockout Lugia, Milo will have one... no, never mind, because you still have the Archeops, so you still lose the prize trade every time. Yeah, you lose the prize trade every time here as Edwin. For some reason, I was thinking like you could get back ahead, but you can't get back. What if you... okay, what if you went as Edwin here... what if you went Gust KO Archeops? Milo goes attached to Lugia. And then you go Yveltal KO Charizard. Then Milo goes attached to Lugia, you lose. So you have to hope they whiffed an attachment to the Lugia. Yeah, I think it's fine for Milo to have... whenever Milo finds the Gust for the 2 prize, you may as well go for it like they did. But it feels like this was out of range for Edwin now. They could go down the route that I just said, though. They could have gone like Chops, KO Active... hope that Milo whiffs back-to-back attachments to Lugia, but that's pretty unlikely. I'm pretty sure Milo still has a ton of energy left. So not looking good. Not looking good. Not looking good. I wonder if... see, what if Edwin went... nah, I don't know. That was awkward. There's like no real good attack. Huh. Yeah, you're just behind here as Edwin. You're just always behind, it feels like. Yeah, maybe there was never a way to like really pull ahead. Maybe you're just always... yeah, maybe you're just always behind. It's definitely interesting to see how Milo played these games, though, and how, like, willing Milo was to... oh, wait, but I guess the Stoutland's still an option, right? So Edwin's going for the play that I mentioned. Well, no, but you're resetting the Charizard for Milo for this turn. Does that matter? No, that doesn't matter. Yeah. So Edwin's going for the play that I mentioned, yeah. Now, yeah, if you just attach the back-to-back turns to Lugia here as Milo, you just win. Chillin'. Marnie, sure. Stoutland was an option for Edwin to, like, pull ahead at some point, but benching Stoutland that turn means you lose the Gust, which doesn't feel great. Yeah, so you KO the Archeops this turn. Well, actually, I think I said it backwards. No, I said it right. I think I said it right. I don't know. Yeah, if Milo just finds an energy, Milo just wins. So if you just probably some energy on top of the deck here as Milo, I'm pretty sure the game's over. Knock out the Tall. Here comes the Chops. Man, you're really far behind on the prize. Wait, why are you 3 prizes behind us? Oh, because you haven't killed a 2 prizer as Edwin. Cappin. Lugia. I mean, you can take the knockout with Lugia. It just doesn't matter, right? It just does not matter what Edwin takes the knockout with. Edwin just needs to knock out the active here. Actually, Edwin doesn't actually even need to knock out the active here. They could actually pass for this turn and then KO the Charizard next turn because they'll be stuck in the active for a turn, and then go. But it gives Milo +1 turn to like top deck an energy or something, I guess. Does the V-Guard energy ever matter here, actually? So we got the V-Guard on the Lugia V, so we're looking at 250. Milo just needs a powerful, right? Powerful overcomes, yeah, powerful overcome with the choice belt. So if Edwin had vacuum here, actually, and vacuumed the choice belt off the bench Lugia, that could have been a thing. Milo just not accelerating energy for that one turn, though, where they just didn't accelerate any energy was actually curious, though. And actually, if they just accelerated one energy to the Lugia, if they put like one powerful on the Lugia, the game would have just went over. All right, Luminian for research. Here we go. It looks like they don't have it. Oh, they do just have it. They got Boss. I assumed it was going to be, we're going to have to go dig for the what's it called, but Boss also works there. All right, Milo wins. Yeah, really weird Lugia mirrors so far. They've been strange. But that's made them more entertaining, to be honest. I really wish we had seen the... I wish we had seen the Gudra versus Arcdura matchup still, but whatever. Unlucky. Yeah, I would have preferred to see the Gudra versus Arc. Why'd they put on back-to-back Lugia? At least they were interesting Lugia mirrors overall. Still would have preferred to have seen the other one. Oh boy, let me pull up the other list real fast. So got finals Gudra versus Lugia. Definitely favored for Lugia. Doesn't really matter what the Gudra list. I feel like it doesn't matter what the Gudra list looks like. It's like always favored. You pushed it 31 months at Forerunner. Well, let's get into it. Milo once again with the Lugia versus Hermione. Is that how you say that? Hermione with the goo. Comes the prize check off the rip. Someone is on Twitter fuming right now watching this. Prize cards on both sides. Yveltal is prized actually for Milo. The Charizard doesn't matter as much usually, but actually the Yveltal being prized, that is something. And on the other side, Temple of Sinnoh being prized is not great, to be honest. Temple of Sinnoh being prized is not great. And then Milo does play 3 outs to Temple of Sinnoh. Has the Vacuum Pumpkin and the Collapse Stadium. Usually it's just like 2. Usually just like Vacuum Pumpkin. So the extra out is actually not a huge deal, but it's definitely nice for Milo to have like an extra out. The Comfies have been found. I'm sure we'll start to see some flower selecting going down. Which, and we're hunting. Was that Goo versus Rod? Goes with the Goo. Makes sense. Back at it again. Gives up a gate. Another one. We keep going. Don't stop. One more? Nope. Stoutland's start is Stoutland's actually like pretty good in this matchup, to be honest. You can like start to pick on Comfies if and there's no Zigzagoon actually in the list for the Gudra player. So there's no actually easy way to, there's no quick and efficient way to KO the Stoutland. They do play a Choice Belt, but Choice Belt is definitely not as good. Yeah, Choice Belt is just not as good as Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon is like the better. It's like you just have more outs to Zigzagoon. Like you could even capture energy for Zigzagoon. You could go cap for Goon, net it, something like that. You should have way more outs. Quick balls, caps, stuff like that. Whereas the Choice Belt is literally just a one of that you have to just like raw draw into off your draw power, so not as efficient. Got our Lugia for the turn. I don't know how many chops are in the discard pile, but probably at least one. Going back in. Minion. My guess would be for a Marnie here, but yeah, they're eyeing up the Marnie. The hand for the Guja on the Guja side is not like too broken or anything. There's actually no colors in the hand, I don't think. So the Marnie's not going to hurt too much, I don't think. We'll see though. Here we go. I'm hoping for a colors for the Guja. Pass. Did get the cram. So that's pretty good, to be honest. The cram's pretty good. Here we go. Draw 2. I wonder if they even should have done that, though, to be honest. They maybe should have started with Comfy. Because they go up to 4 here, and they could have just retreated to cram and punch with cram. Which is, like, pretty good here, to be honest. They do have a Colress, though, so they're kind of cooking. Actually, they're definitely cooking. They have a... Oh, maybe they had 2 energy in hand. I don't know what they're debating so hard here. Maybe... Yeah, that's interesting. Do you want to just hit with... I mean, I guess you could just hit with Guja this turn. Metal to the Lost Zone alongside a VIP pass, that's fine. We're actually pretty close to an attack this turn. Yeah, we're almost there. You need one more switch card. If not... I mean, Cram Punch is not good into Luminion, though. That's the thing. So if there's not a switch card or another gate here, and the gate might not even work for where the energy are currently... Ooh, I think it was just 2 energy. That sucks. Yeah, so it's going to be Cram Punch into Luminion, if anything. So I don't know. Maybe I think maybe they should have just settled for a punch into the Stoutland with the Cram instead of playing the Escape Rope, to be honest. I don't think that would have been a bad play. I think that would have been fine. And it's possible the gate... No, the gate should pull a water and a metal here, I think. I think it is double chops in the discard pile as well. Yeah, the gate should pull water metal here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. We got water metal. That's good. And then has capture, water, metal. I mean, you could... Like, just Cram Punching Lumini is just so bad. Then it just goes back to the deck. So I don't really think you want to do that. You could do that, though. I think you'd maybe rather just build up another energy. I guess you don't really want to leave a Comfy in the active either, though, because then Stoutland gets you. So I like the retreat to the Greninja. That's probably the best, because Luminion doesn't KO it. Yeah, I like this. That's cool. Luminion doesn't KO it. Yeah, that's pretty chill. Just punch it. Punching it's not that great, though, to be honest. With Luminion, like 120 on it, like... I guess it kind of sets up for a Stoutland play later, but there's a potential for it to just be netted at a play, so... See the Skyla coming into play. Gonna grab the Evolution Incense. And then Evo Incense should go ahead and grab Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star, 2 chops on the bench. And then at the very least, we'll see an attack with the Luminion. Actually, something that could be interesting in this matchup is, for Milo is the Vikavolt. Yeah, the Vikavolt could definitely be interesting here, to be honest. Because it stops Mirage Gate. I don't know if you would want to do it now. There is the... I didn't think about the Raikou play happening, though, to be honest. Yeah, the Raikou play is going down. Is giving up a powerful 4, but that seems fine. Yeah, Raikou going to grab 2 prize cards here. You could punch the Guja here, though, with the Raikou, to be honest. I don't think that's terrible. I'm actually curious to see what Milo does. Yeah, and I like the punch on the Guja. I like that, actually. That's pretty good. I like that. And gets the Yveltal off the prize cards, which is really good. I didn't think about the Raikou initially. But yeah, early Vikavolt actually seems pretty good in this matchup, to be honest. Because you stop the gate to the Guja, which means they're hitting with Cram or nothing. So yeah, if you get like a turn 2 Vikavolt before a gate happens, or if they haven't built up like any energy on the Guja, then the Vikavolt can actually like get you pretty far ahead in the prize trade. Get you like comfortably ahead. Okay, so early boss here. So we're gonna see the boss on the Archeops. I don't know. This is like... So boss on the Archeops. So this does take away the Yveltal option from Milo next turn. But then Milo could just have boss or Serena back and KO. Oh, that's so gross. I don't know if I like this play. Because putting the Luminion in play like this means that Milo can just go, okay, send up Raikou again, KO your Luminion, plus 120 to a Comfy, go down to 2 prize cards, bench Yveltal, and load up 2 energy on the Yveltal. I actually think this play is a mistake here. Yeah, from Gudra, the Gudra player. I think it's actually. Oh, okay. Hold up. They do have the Temple of Sinnoh. So I like this play a little bit more. I like this play a little bit more for sure. Okay, how much? So they're doing minus 80. So they have 150 HP. So they have two. They chose not to use the V-Star power here. So they have 150 HP left. And if I guess if the stadium sticks, then that's pretty good. Okay. Let's see how it plays out. If the stadium sticks, then the Lugia can't attack anyways. Yep. Yveltal's come down. There's the collapse. To goodbye Stoutland or goodbye Luminion. To be honest, I'm not too sure. It's one of them. Those are the Stoutland. I actually don't think that's I don't think that's incorrect. Luminion is kind of a sitting 2-prize freaking fodder though, which is not good. So Milo is like close to be able to get the knockout on the active with Lugia, but just not quite. So we're just gonna see another Raikou attack here, I believe, from Milo. And then probably just knock out a Comfey. If they had a gust effect here, I think that would have been game over. But they don't have the gust effect, so. And yeah, there's just I think they just said they're just gonna go with the hit. 40 active. Now we're gonna have to see the V-Star power come out of the Gudra player now. And takes out a Comfey, goes to even prize cards. The Luminion on the bench is such a pain now as well. Also, like, taking it out of play doesn't actually do too much either. There's a switch back. They haven't been able to find a follow-up supporter yet either, I don't think. Let's see if they can go in this turn. Thoughts on the Perth winning list? I think it's actually pretty good. I don't know. Raikou's your better attacker in the Lugia matchup than Rayquaza ever was. So, I think it's pretty good. All right, we got a Colress now. We're cooking. Pretty easy discards as well. Second Gudra coming online. Has a net to move the Comfey out of play as well. It doesn't matter too much. I guess Stoutland was always a potential threat, but... Goo. Energy. I said we should see the V-Star power this use this turn. I can't imagine we wouldn't. Yeah, get the Comfey out of play. Probably keep it out of play. 4 prize cards left for Milo. You don't want to give the Stoutland an option. What would I change? I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I assume we have to see the V-Star power. Oh, benches the Comfey back down? I don't know if I like that. Doesn't heal. Wait, that can't be correct. Hold up. Let me do the math. Let me do some math real fast. Got 100 and... No, it just dies to a Lugia. Even with a double turbo. Okay. They needed to use their V-Star power there. You had to V-Star here. Well, no, but I guess then you get Yveltal. No, but if you don't get... But you get Yveltal later. Maybe you hope to get boss off the prize cards and boss the Yveltal. Like you bait the Lugia to happen and then you boss... But you need like a... Nah. I think you... I don't know. That's tough. Maybe you hope the second double turbo is prized and they can't attack with Lugia this turn. I guess that could be your play. I feel like you gotta V-Star power there though. Force the Yveltal out. Then you could maybe even use Luminion to KO Yveltal plus play Roxanne next turn. Maybe. No, the Roxanne's in the lost one. You're not Roxanne next turn. Yeah, that's tough to be honest. It is a tough matchup though. I mean that's why the matchup is tough. You got all these tough decisions all the time in this matchup. Another powerful active. Boom. Goodbye, Goo. Down to 2. Yveltal is still an option. So you need like Roxanne, Sinnoh, Punch here, or Gust KO Yveltal, I think. We're pushing Comfey. And there's a Luminion in place. You always just lose to like Gust on that. No shot you don't V-Star there? Yeah, I feel like there's no shot you don't V-Star there. It makes the Lugia play too clean, I feel like. Like, sure, then you just get Yveltal, but then you get through the Yveltal, I feel like. You're like, okay, I'm through the Yveltal. I don't know, but then how do you win the game from there if the Lugia just comes up and starts punching you again? Maybe you just always lose no matter which route you take, to be honest. Maybe every route's just bad. Yeah, it might just be one of those situations where every route is bad. Because it is a bad matchup and you're in a bad spot. And you have a Luminion on your board. I feel like the boss play felt iffy too. Putting Luminion in play in that situation felt pretty bad. I don't know, nothing felt good. Escape rope. Pushes Luminion. Seems fine to me. Luminion send up. Rod. Are we going to see the Luminion get shuffled back into the deck? Stellan is gone, actually. I just realized that. Stellan is gone. Maybe Guju just sucks. I mean, it's not the best. Dude, there's like no deck left, but there's like nothing in the deck left. All right. Punch for 120. Push Comfy. I mean, if Milo has a gust effect here, the game is probably over. I don't even think Milo needs to take the knockout with Yveltal necessarily. Actually, Milo just sending the Luminion back to the deck seems really good as well. I think Milo only has good plays here. Even just Gust, Punch Gudra. Gust, Punch Gudra with Lugia would still be pretty good as well. There's a Guru. So, might see the game end this turn through the Guru play. We'll see. Might need a Magic Primate Wisdom, or might just be good enough. Nope. Maybe she need to put an energy back in the deck. Looks like Milo's got it. 2 energy into the Tall. Retreat. And then I'm hoping there's a Gust effect. This will be a big investment to KO Comfy. Yep. There we go. Big investment to KO Comfy. All right. Game 1. I think that was a pretty good example of why the matchup was so tough. Like, I don't know. I guess we never saw the Gudra player get to like the part where you want to get to. You want to get to. We never saw the Gudra player get to the Roxanne Sinnoh play. But they only play the one Roxanne, and they did lose it early on, which I feel like is like the big moments in the matchup was when you can like take away your opponent's options with the Roxanne, put Sinnoh in play. Okay, let's peep these prize cards. Double VIP pass prize, not great. Cram prize, probably doesn't matter too much to lose the Cram, although it is a nice option. They don't play heavy ball or anything like that. And then Raiku's prize, so we're not going to see an aggressive Raikou this game. Charizard's prize as well, not as big of a deal. So yeah, see how this one breaks down. Yeah, the double battle VIP pass being priced. I might have trouble getting going here, to be honest. Maybe Gudra just sucks. I think it's very possible. I think you're onto something. You're cooking. All right, Cap off the rip. Gonna be 4, probably Comfy, maybe Greninja. Kind of depends. Checking the prize cards pretty thoroughly. Nothing too important prize, like I mentioned. I mean, the battle VIP passes might make them struggle to set up initially, but it's gonna be a Comfy. Yeah, usually if you only get one basic Pokemon, it usually wants to be the Comfy. Unless you have like nothing to cook with at all, then you kind of want to go with Greninja. Like, your hand just sucks. That's what I tell people usually. Like, if you're going for like one of Comfy or one of Greninja, if your hand truly sucks, you have nothing to work with. Usually Greninja's a little bit better. If you have a little bit to work with, then usually Comfy's a little bit better. But like, if you see, like, it's like you get 2 cards when you use Greninja. So if like you get 2 decent cards. See, like in this hand, I would have gone in this. Oh my gosh, what a hand! In this hand, I would have gone Greninja, I think, because you have no good cards in this hand. There's nothing good about this hand. It all sucks. So getting 1 decent card off Comfy isn't going to save this hand, but getting 2 decent cards off Greninja might be enough to save the hand, right? So this hand right here, actually, I don't like that they went for the Comfy over the Greninja, because you need just more. Like, you can't just live off 1 decent card off the Comfy. The 2 decent cards off Greninja might be enough to get you cooking, but this hand is just terrible. So yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that, actually. I don't like the Comfy over the Greninja there at all. Doesn't even have a card to use Ninja. Oh wait, you're right. Yeah, there's no card to use Ninja. I'm trolling. I was like, let's get Greninja. We don't have a card to use Ninja. You're right. We have to go Comfy. Never mind. Don't mind me. Well, we could have still gotten Greninja. It would have just done actually less, to be honest. Yeah, my bad. We had to go Comfy. All right. Back over to Milo. Ultra Ball. Chops in the discard pile. Got rid of a Marnie, which I'm sure the Gudra player would love to see played here. They would love to see the Marnie get played here. Draw better. Yeah. Yeah, the hand is so bad there's not even energy to use with the Greninja. Do I use PDCGL? Nope. Powerful Research. Double chops it in the discard pile. A lot of energy. And a Lugia V-Star. And a Gust. I think we're just going to see a pass here from Milo. Oh, Milo maybe doesn't know. Well, actually, no. Playing the Evolution Incense here makes sense because you know that they probably don't play Marnie, so you're not getting Rock Sand. Milo probably doesn't know for sure that they don't play. What was the other card I was thinking about? What was in the hand? Oh, Zigzagoon. So you could. Oh no, there's a choice spell on the bench. So you know they don't have Zigzagoon. So you could have benched. I don't know. Benching the Manphy doesn't really do anything for you. No, I like the way Milo played it. Makes sense. All right. All right, we're cooking a little bit here. Oh my gosh, it's so pitiful. And pass. Oh no, check the discard pile. Not pass yet. And soon to pass. What if you ever just concede here? You ever just go get like an early dinner? Like, attached to the goo. I wonder if we see Milo go for... I kind of want to see Milo actually go for the Stoutland for 2 here. I think Stoutland for 2 here is kind of cool. Ooh, the Sinnoh. I like the Sinnoh as well, though. The Sinnoh makes sense. So we might just see Milo swing. Oh, no. Milo has the Gust in hand. So we're going to see Milo definitely gust the... I think Milo has the Serena in hand. So we should see Serena bring up the Goodra V with 220. Take that knockout. Does leave the Goodra player with the Comfey still in play. Which means they can find something. You know they're living off the Comfey draw. So KOing, I don't hate KOing Comfey here. But it's a lot much better if you had the Stoutland. But I think just removing that Goodra from play is probably the correct play. And that's what we see happening. If they have the V-Star... I mean, they would have evolved to the V-Star if they had it, though. You know they had the V-Star. But if they just get like a Colress into like a Metal plus V-Star, then they'd be cooking maybe a little bit. Here comes the Comfey. They got a net. They've got a quick ball. So now we can see them go ahead and quick ball probably for second Comfey because they got the nets in hand. What do you discard is kind of the question here. Getting rid of a Temple of Sinnoh feels really bad. I don't like that Temple of Sinnoh discard, but I don't know if you really have a choice here, to be honest. Maybe could have got rid of gotten rid of the Ordinary Rod because you have the second Ordinary Rod in the deck still. And I feel like you have to go for a Comfey. In this situation, I think it feels correct to go for a Comfey. Actually, there might not be a... Oh, Luminion makes the most... I don't know. Putting Luminion in play is so bad. I don't know if I agree with putting Luminion in play. Because you maybe just have to get lucky and hope that you don't... You can, like, get out 2 Goodras and kind of go from there. This is one of those like, things that's weird, right? Because, like, Luminion is obviously the more powerful play here. Quick Ball for Luminion is obviously the most powerful play here. But it opens up such a big win condition for your opponent. It opens such a big win condition for your opponent. Sometimes you just have to hope to get lucky with having less, with doing less off like your quick ball and going to get another Comfey and hoping that Comfey finds a Colress to not open up win condition for your opponent. Because this feels like you just lose when you bench this. I don't know. I mean, I'll move to PTCG Live eventually. I'm just not there right now. Okay, I like those discards. We're almost up to 7. We just also don't have a V-Star here. We'll go Comfey again. There's the V-Star. I believe there's a gate in hand. Okay, are we cooking a little bit here? Minor cooking. There's a gate. Hopefully there's the energy in the deck. There is. All right. You also lose when you hit nothing off the second Comfey. Well, yeah, you lose when you hit nothing off. That's not a... I'm not sure what you're saying there. You lose when you hit nothing off the second Comfey, so whatever. Is there a water and a metal? I think there is. The Pokegear build? I definitely want to give the Pokegear build a shot. It definitely looks pretty cool. I'm definitely, I'm definitely curious to see how much better it feels than the other builds that we've seen so far. This is the last Temple of Sinnoh as well, so using the last Temple of Sinnoh here would be pretty bad, but I don't know if you have a choice. Actually, they can't even, I don't think they can get to the active, actually. No, they have a net. They can actually attack with Goodra V-Star this turn. Not sure what the question is here. But instead they're going into a Comfey again. Ooh, they got an escape rope. Okay, so I like this kind of play where it's like, okay, I need to like... So here you could look at it and be like, all right, I need to draw the nuts. I need to like go into Comfey and hit escape rope off it. And I was like, and that's what they did. So I like that kind of play there. Like I said, I feel like they maybe should have done that play as well with like knocking Luminion. I wonder if Milo could have actually played around that escape rope there. They maybe could have. What is the question that's happening here? Did something happen? Hand count check. I have no clue. All right, let's get it. What are people normally writing down the notepad? Just prize cards usually. Gauss on Luminion seems pretty good here to me. And then, yep, there we go. This is what I was saying, talking about Luminion. I don't know if it's correct to bench Luminion or not, to be honest. I don't know. It would have been good to bench Yveltal and start loading it up, but I don't know if Milo had out to the Yveltal. It doesn't look like it because they're going in here to load up, probably put some energy on the Charizard. Get something on the Charizard. Nothing? How are you going to put no energy in play? How are you going to put no energy in play? What if they just have Gust KO your Chops next turn? Okay, we have a Heat to the Zard. We have nothing else? Okay, maybe it is fine then. Yeah, they literally have nothing else. All right, knockout Luminion for 2. Here comes Goo. This still seems like it might be winnable, to be honest. Maybe you don't chase the... Well, we're not chasing Chops with this hand. Cover Luminion, Goodra, and Water. I don't know about the Goodra recovery. I don't know if we ever need the Goodra. After the Comfey. We're not benching Goodra here ever, right? Okay, no. I didn't think so. I don't know why we recovered the Goodra V there. I'm pretty sure we can't ever bench another Goodra. Or it doesn't feel like we can. No, it has to be the Punch on the active. If we had the boss here, Boss KO Archeops seemed okay. But it probably would have been incorrect. Alright. Let's see if Milo can finally start to work on that Yveltal. That definitely needs to be the goal for Milo, is to start to set up Yveltal. Make that a threat. See? I think that is a Quick Ball or an Ultra Ball. Yep, there's the Yveltal. I can't imagine there's anything else worth grabbing here. I guess you could theoretically win the game with Stoutland. There we go. There's Yveltal. Checked for the vacuum as well, which could be a big deal to deal with Temple of Sinnoh. Couple Auroras. So next turn, Yveltal is ready to go. Yeah, boss on the last turn I think probably would have been correct if they had it. Boss up Archeops. Boss up Archeops would have been correct last turn, I think, if they had a boss. There was no boss though, so. And the double turbo attach. All right, I like it. Getting some energy in play. There's the swing. Top deck boss is what feels like what it has to be. Well, there's a Sinnoh. There's the heal. Punch for the knockout. Good chance there's a pumpkin chilling somewhere. Yeah, I think Milo's going to have the dub here on this turn with the pumpkin. Man, this really showcases... I think it showcases how bad this matchup is, but I don't know. Yeah, the Luminion is just so bad. The Luminion is just so bad. Ooh, energy to the Charizard. Must have the last Aurora in the hand. Getting out the deck fully before going to dig with Research, maybe? The chance that they whiff this is really, really low. Because they have a ton of Quick Balls and Ultra Balls left, I think. Alright, yep, there's the attachment. Goes with his Chops. Choice Bell to the Charizard. And Research, here we go. Just needs Vacuum or Quick Ball for the Pumpkin. Quick Ball, Pumpkin, bumps the Stadium. And Yveltal for the KO. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, on that last turn, like, I think it was incorrect for the Luminion to be played. On that turn from the Goodra player. If you just, like, Luminion looks good because it gets you a Colress and you get to, like, play the game more guaranteed. But I think you gotta take the risk there. I think you gotta take the risk there. Gotta take the risk there. And be like, okay, I'm not gonna put Luminion in play. I'm gonna get a second Comfey instead. And I'm just gonna hope that I find a Colress. I think you gotta take that because just putting Luminion in play just like it makes the price trade so easy for Milo from there, I feel like. I feel like you just gotta take the risk and be like, alright, I just hope that these Comfeys work out for me. Pretty bad draw overall, so not too much you can do about it. But I feel like, yeah, those are like the hard calls to make as well. Those are like the really hard calls to make is to be like, okay, how do you not go Luminion for Colress here, right? How do you not do that play there? But I feel like that's the call you should make there as the Goodra player here. And just be like, I'm not gonna put Luminion in play. I'm just gonna hope that these Comfeys pull it together for me. It's a tough call to make, but if you like lose the game, yeah, if you like lose the game like 99% of the time because you bench a Luminion, then benching Luminion like never seems correct. But maybe it wouldn't have been that bad if they were able to pull together another boss. Like they had boss the turn prior and were able to gust ape the Archeops and take the knockout on that before the Yveltal was benched and got energy on it. Maybe it would have worked out just fine. I don't know. Lugia is hitting a lot. Lugia's hitting you a bunch of turns in a row though, and then they still have like Charizard combo plus. Yeah, Lugia's hitting you like plus one more time, and then they still have Charizard plus Pumpkaboo to hit really hard as well. And actually, then they even still maybe could have attacked with an Archeops as well, or set up another Lugia. So there's still like a lot of attacks coming your way, which would have been tough to deal with. So I don't know if there was ever really a route, but Milo with the dub. All right, finally finish our VOD review of Bochum. It took way too long. I'm not going to be VOD reviewing Knoxville or the Japanese tournament at all. I said I was maybe going to do those, but I definitely don't think I'm going to do those anymore. I will be VOD reviewing Vancouver, though, when I come back from Vancouver. So that'll be my next VOD review. And I was thinking about hanging out for a little bit longer and playing some PTCGO, but I think I'm going to head off. I think I'm going to head off chat. Be sure to check out my new partner, Quality Patch. Use code AzulGG as always, 10% off. Yeah, so be sure to go check that out. Huge shout out to them. Excited to work with them. I'm gonna show off their site real fast one last time before I head off. And then if you guys want to get any sealed product from Scarlet and Violet, go check out fullgripgames.com. Sealed product is available for pre-order right now. Not sure when singles will be going up, but they should be coming up in the next couple of weeks for sure. But yeah, go check out Quality Patch. They make a ton of cool Pokemon merch. And the coolest thing that they do is you can take a card art and they'll turn it into a shirt for you. I'm wearing my Rattata shirt all the time. It's like the Rattata from Plasma Freeze. But yeah, you can take favorite card and they turn it into a t-shirt for you, which is super cool. And then they make it available, like just in general. Like I think they just put it up here for everyone else to potentially buy. But if you're like the first person to do it, they put a little first edition on the shirt, the custom shirt that you got. So if you got a favorite card art, you want to turn into a shirt, this is where you do it. QualityPatchDesigns.com. And probably for any merch that I personally come out with in the future, I'll be working with them. So my merch will probably be available through their site whenever I get back around to coming up with ideas for merch. So yeah, excited to be working with them. Use code AzulGG as always. And I think that's going to do it for me, guys. It's going to do it for me. I'll be back on... I will be streaming on Tuesday. Before I said I wasn't going to stream on Tuesday because I planned on going up to... I'm stopping off in Portland before I make I'm driving up to Vancouver, and we're stopping in Portland. And before we were going to go up on Tuesday, but now we're going up on Wednesday. So I will be streaming on Tuesday. I'm going to try and play in both late night tournaments. So if I can get up early enough on Tuesday, I'll play in the morning one, and then I'll also play in the evening one. It's possible I'm not going to get to bed in time on Monday to play in the morning one, but I'm going to try. So long stream either way on Tuesday. Might be a super long stream if I'm able to actually get up on time for the morning late night tournament. We'll have to see if I can actually do it though. That'll be quite the task. But I'm gonna try. I'll go ahead and raid Lorelei before I head up here. All right, chat, have a good one. I'll be back on Tuesday, and then after that, I'll be away again. I guess I'll be back on Tuesday. No streams on Monday, and then I'll be away until next Tuesday. So a little bit under a week. Tuesday to Tuesday, basically. Stream on Tuesday. I will be streaming again until Tuesday. But I'll catch y'all on Tuesday. Have a good one. Peace.